In 1998, Act 500 It is so disheartening to see children who should be in school engage in hazardous work like galamsey activities. We must prioritize their education and safety. These children deserve a brighter future, not a life of hardship and risk at galamsey sites. Let's protect our children's right to education and ensure they are not exposed in harmful environments. Be the voice. A brief history of social workers in Ghana. Social work practice in Ghana started as a welfare practice during the pre-colonial era. The colonial government, just after the Second World War in 1945, laid down the foundation for social work practice to be officially and administratively introduced in Ghana. However, this system was already infused in our cultural practices long before the colonial government. The family system, typically the extended family, was seen as the epitome of providing welfare services for needy members. After the Second World War, the colonial government established the Department of Housing and Social Welfare in 1946. Now, the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. This was to address care and protection demand needs of individuals and families displaced due to socio-economic problems. In 1950, its mandate changed and was limited to only social welfare. The housing functions were taken out as well. Governing acts and laws. The mandate, role, and functions of the Department of Social Welfare Community, the social workers, are guided by the following framework. Local Ordinance Decree Order Number 66 in 1946. Local Government Act 1993, Act 462. Local Government Service Act 2003, LI 1961. The 1992 Constitution of Ghana, Executive Instrument 2013. Civil Service Act 600, PNDC Law 327. Children's Act in 1998, Act 560. Juvenile Justice Act 2003, Act 653. Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 750. International Protocol and Conventions, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Hague Convention on Intercountry Adoption. Now, the question is, who is a social worker? A social worker is a trained professional in diverse disciplines, employing scientific approaches to address socio-economic, physiological, and health-related needs. The goal is to enhance overall well-being and meet basic complex needs of individuals. Social workers help identify individual, family, community, and organizational needs. They assess those needs, implications, the weaknesses, and strengths. They formulate strategies, implement and evaluate plans, serve as linkages to other institutions. They advocate for policy changes and mobilizes resources. There are challenges in social work practice in Ghana. Poor acknowledgement and attitude towards professionalization. Daily interactions with vulnerable people require patience and strong communication. Inequalities in social amenities, that is, healthcare, shelter facilities, and many others. Inadequate funding. Poor logistics, for example, computers, tables, chairs, and many others. there are unemployment among social workers in Ghana. Remember, you can be the change you want to see in your community, your country, and the world at large. Be the voice.
My question is, what plans do you have for the social protection, social welfare infrastructure in Ghana? Most especially, what are your intentions for our Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? And my question emerged from this concern that we have people who are trained from our various public universities as social workers who are working in various offices across this country as social welfare officers. They have the potential to make an impact in hospitals to help patients and medical officers to promote inclusive and holistic healthcare for patients. They have the potential to assist teachers in schools and parents to ensure the well-being of children within the educational system. They have the potential to assist children who are in contact with the law, as well as vulnerable populations who have to navigate their way through the legal system. Nonetheless, the biggest challenge that these workers face is the lack of resources available to them to do their work. Sometimes they have to go into the community to do education, to do follow-up, to find out the well-being of children, but they lack these resources. So what plans do you have for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? I'm going to do a series of videos and I'm going to ask a series of questions, and I'll be really interested, and I'm sure other workers across the country are really eager to hear your thoughts about the ministry, because the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, together with the entire social protection infrastructure in this country, is very, very crucial to our overall well-being, our mental health, our emotional health, our social health, and the well-being of our population in general rests on the shoulders of our social protection infrastructure. So we can't make this campaign all about roads and schools, but we also have to talk about social protection. I hope this video will get to you, and I hope you give it the attention that it needs. Thank you.
These are some unsung heroes demonstrating the power of social work. Their selflessness, expertise, and compassion empower and transform lives of individuals, families, and communities. Let's have a view.
Today I want to elaborate a bit more on some of the real challenges faced by the social services workforce of this country. So throughout the country, our community development officers, our social welfare officers work within environments that lack basic resources. Let me use space as an example. The offices that they work in are usually inadequate in terms of space. So in most of these offices, you go and you see that about 5 or 6 officers have to share a single office space, which is inadequate. The problem that creates is that a woman who is suffering from marital rape, who is coming to the social welfare office, needs some form of privacy. In addition to the ability to build trust with the social welfare officer, they need some form of privacy in order to be able to truly express themselves. In the same way, the man who is being abused by his wife, because of all the social stigma around this particular phenomenon, when they come to the social welfare office, they need some form of privacy in order to have heart-to-heart conversation with the social welfare officer. There are so many people going through emotional, psychological challenges who really would want to sit down with social welfare officers. However, when they come to the office, because the officers themselves do not have enough space to enable this privacy, mostly they tend not to engage or they go back. So there are so many people who are unable to take full advantage of our social welfare services because of inadequate space in these offices. For our community development officers, they often have to go into the communities to engage with people, to educate, to create awareness, and to help community members live the best lives for themselves. Nonetheless, as they work under various local government offices, they don't have access to cars that will allow them to go into these communities, and often they have to compete with other departments at the local level in order to get access to transportation. There are some times when their work with the criminal justice system requires that they go and take someone who has been identified in the community as being lost and take them to the hospital. But there are no specific resources for them to do that. So sometimes they have to take their own money out of pocket to do it. These are some of the resource challenges that these officers face. When it comes to office equipment, basic access to computer and technology. You see, the work of the social welfare officers is such that it is important that they keep records of the cases that come to their office. Whenever there is a child welfare case, they have to keep records of this particular case so that they can continue to follow the welfare and development of the children involved until a time when the family is well off and able to take care of their own children, or when the children become adults and independent. However, in most of the offices across the country, access to basic computers and internet are not available. And so they are forced to use manual forms of record keeping. Over years, it becomes very difficult to track the history of specific cases. So once again, the question I ask, what plans do you have for our social services workforce and for our social protection infrastructure? Do you have any plans to ensure that the space available to social welfare officers to conduct interviews that will help enhance the emotional, psychological well-being of people are improved? Do you have any plans of ensuring that the resources available to community development officers are improved so that they can go into the communities, follow up on cases, and ensure that communities are doing well and that families and groups are doing well within these communities? Do you have any plans to ensure that basic equipment that allow the social welfare and community development offices to function to its optimum are provided? We are all interested and we hope that you give us a response. Thank you.
We are coming out with a memorandum because we are seeing the act that regulates the financial cap is being put aside. Media knowledge, they are partners in development. Nobody challenge that. But as I said, why one can say they are all come now, I'm actually but so when you're professional man and also handle issues now, when we are not as an kind as a part of I never. In cases as cases they've been to the review. Or we can suspense or go as a diaper social offense. Yes, so what's and come out. So we are not condemning them, but some of the professionalism, so their main mandates, they have to look at their main mandates and focus on their main mandates. Over Ghana Act 1, another Ghana Constitution now. One and to me is handle issues on children, Department of Children, your Department of Social Development, your handle other related issues that borders on children. Your DOSU, so their bodies are banning account to me, say, or share and some of the family around. Now, Children's Act 560 of 1998 was a pioneer for some kind of oppressive. The importance of radios, committee, make us say, I'm a choir committee. Now, let's say, professionalism, and then room, not the money. But they are treated one year that said, yet, many are protective of rights. Well, no, sometimes the child shouldn't be exposed on the public when it comes to issues that bothers on his right hand or right department. How do you expose that child? You subject that child to what we call discrimination and name calling. You don't expose the child on TV. The act says that child must be protected. His identity should not be disclosed. And that's how we feel. That's how we are what kind of issue. So it might borders on mother and father. So now over the child in question has sided along with the father and the mother or the father race. So you bring enmity between either the child and the father or the child and the mother. Those ones are starting with one of the parents, you are creating enmity for one of the parents. Relating the police commander would the cancel.
Be the change you want to see in your community, your country, and the world at large. Remember, small action today, a brighter future tomorrow. Social workers, human dignity, and development.
much time, I would like us to organize ourselves very well whilst waiting for the dignitaries to come. The number is not encouraging. A lot of people are calling that they are coming, they are coming. We don't even know if they are sleeping yet coming. So I'll be grateful if we occupies only in the middle row, so that the pictures and everything will be nice. I'll be grateful. Okay. Charlie, this thing should be well. This thing. One should come. One should. No, no, no. This.
For marital rape.
Please, who is ready to lead the opening prayer for us? Please come.
Please let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, this morning we thank you once again. We give you glory for the wonderful things you've done yesterday and what you're about to do today. We pray, commit the rest of the program into your hands, and we pray that let your Spirit lead us. Grant us the grace to end this program in a success. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. God bless you for praying. We'll continue with the program. I would like to invite Ms. Fafa Dugbe to do the introduction of the dignitaries for today's program.
Good morning once again. Oh, I like noise. Good morning once again. And I'm yesterday was a very nice day for all of us. We learned a lot, and today we are going to learn more. Those who are not here, they are missing things. So when you go, tell them, put it on your social media handles, let them see what they've missed. So today we'll continue with our introduction. I would like to start with our own mother, our one and only mother. She has our time. She has us at heart. She has left everything she has to do, and she's here today to support us. This wonderful woman is no other person like our Reverend Dr. Mrs. Comfort Asari, the Executive Director of Happy Family Movement. Please give it to her. Oh, thank you so much. Please help her to the high table for me. Oh, keep clapping for her. Our beautiful, elegant mommy. You are welcome. Thank you for your time. Thank you. We also want to welcome a beautiful lady. She's in the person of Mrs. Sedinam Awo Kwadem. She's a lawyer, and she works with the Judicial Service, the Circuit Court. Please, with a round of applause, let's welcome her to the high table. It's a Circuit Court. Oh, please give it. Okay. My last one among. Okay, so you see, over final of fire, she says, say, Mama, no, she's not a lawyer, she's rather a judge. She's a big woman. Yeah, so please give it up to her. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so the next on our list is our own mother again. She's the Deputy Director of the Department of Social Welfare, another humble woman. She has a love for the work, and I love her so much. Her name is Madame Ivo P.M. Norman. Please clap for her as she's coming. Today we have all ladies here.
Thank you. When we have a community. And ladies are there. Without a man, it's not complete. Is that true? Because of that, she has given me the mic to continue. On that note, I introduce a friend, a social worker in the U.S., licensed in U.S., practiced for so many years. She's a Ghanaian by law of Ghana. She doesn't want to be identified with any English name. For that matter, I introduce to you Na Adaklu Kojo. Again, the table is full of women. We have a man who is so strong, so powerful. He's a regional director. I introduce to you Mr. Albert Anamu, the regional director of Tamale Community Development. Let's do it better. He's the only man. Maybe I'll be the second one. Mr. Namu, handle the beautiful big ladies well. Maybe I'll be beside the last one. Thank you very much. Professional MC, please come for the mic.
Thank you, President. Social workers. Social workers. Yes, human dignity and development. It is. At this point in time, we are going to have our chairperson for the day, and we invite Madam Elizabeth Tehuda to do that for us. With a round of applause, let's welcome her.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Distinguished guests, fellow social workers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today we are here to share experiences, knowledge, and passion for the work that we do. And I am delighted to introduce to you the chairperson for today's function. Kindly join me with a round of applause as I introduce our super mother, our swag mother, in the person of Reverend Dr. Mrs. Comfort Asari, to lead us in today's discussion. Thank you. So, Madam Chair, your audience.
Good morning once again, and members on the high table, president of, I always say ASO, SWAG, president of SWAG, the executives, and all who are present. I think it's an honor to chair this conference. I was here yesterday, and I'm here today too. And I know that yesterday we had a lot of information, a lot of exposition. We learned so much, and I know that you remember some of the things that we learned. Who can just give us something? At least 2, 3 people. Tell us what you learned. Hey, we all here yesterday. My fair lady, yes, I know you do that. Yes. I've forgotten your name. From where? George. So tell us something you took home
able to prove ourselves worthy of the profession in which we are, we must first of all ourselves attach some form of respect to our work that we are doing. There will others also respect us. Thank you.
Thank you. To a round of applause for her. Yes. Who heard about the three-level Democrats? Were you here? When Honorable Dr. Engineer Dr. Atta talked about the three-level Democrats who were identified and supported during COVID time, and social workers were ignored. Do you remember now? Hey, were you here yesterday? Let me see your notebooks. I think Connie is always like that too. Let me see your notebooks. Were you writing? So let's talk. Yes, my sister in the hijab. The pink one. Pink hijab. Beautiful sister. Please tell us what you also learned yesterday. Anything that you heard. Anything.
I've learned a lot from my colleagues.
If you stand up, they'll take you your picture. Photographer, come and snap her.
I've learned a lot from my colleagues. I've learned how to present myself very well in my line of work.
How to present yourself very well in your line of work. Do we have somebody giving us who is leading us for today's recap? Do we have? The MC was supposed to do that. Well, that is my style, so then let's continue. Because that is what we were all here yesterday. So nobody even learned about the challenges social workers are confronted with. This is a conference, so we came here yesterday. Auntie Sheila was here. She talked a lot about our work, the importance of social work in development, and also the challenges that confront us. Who remembers one of the challenges that almost all the speakers mentioned? Yes. The gentleman at the back.
We made mention of infrastructure, car, and furnitures.
I didn't hear the last one.
Furniture.
Furniture. Hey.
Okay.
I mean, our poor offices. Yes.
One of the challenges was also the profession not being recognized in this part of the world.
The profession is
and
not being
well
recognized.
paid, yes.
So we need to come together to push for the passage of the social work profession bill into law. Do you remember that one? So do you remember that we are all to make sure that we behave professionally?
Yes.
And that we need the resources, all the necessary resources for our work, shelters, money. I think that's what the gentleman wanted to talk about. Neat offices. But Mr. Krakani came here and said, you can get what you want if you also make yourself visible at your assembly or the agency that you work in. And that it's not a matter of just dressing and going to sit in your office. Some people sit down and wait for cases to come. They never go out. We shared a lot here yesterday, and in my closing remarks, I opened my book and I mentioned almost all. But today I don't think I can do that because I see that a lot of you, I don't know whether you were here. Should we go row by row? Every row, somebody should talk. Every row, somebody should talk. Yes, please.
Yeah, we also made mention about the good work ethics.
The ethics of the profession.
Yes.
Yes, the ethics. You don't. What are some of the ethics? Mention one if you know.
Like working in unity, working together.
Working together as a team.
Yes.
We shall take it like that. Yes, there are hands. There's a hand at the back. The one at the back raised the hand first. But I'm not saying you people writing you. If you don't write, this is what will happen to you. You know, you think you are young, eh? You are growing old, though. So you better write. As soon as you go home and you get your banku and okro, you've forgotten all that happened here. Yes, sir.
Yes. Madam, for me, what stuck with me yesterday was the fact that we should be assertive and proactive in projecting our work. Yes. I think my senior there mentioned that due to his proactiveness, he was able to get his office to be furnished, and he was even referred to as director wherever he went because he was visible and seen to be doing what was supposed to be done.
Thank you very much.
And I also think one of our principles that we work with, which is key, is the confidentiality principle, which is, yeah. Thank you.
Don't handle somebody's case. And when you see the person in town, then the friends you are working, say, Mommy, wait, last time power they buy social warfare. Then you start. The social worker becomes the newscaster. You start telling everybody about what has happened in your office. So, confidentiality, you are supposed to keep all information and everything that you do or discuss with the client away from the eyes of the public. Yeah. So we talked also about being dynamic to reflect current situations. We have street children on the streets. Some of you work in the district assemblies where you see the street children. We say we are decentralized. But the sad news is even some ministers call, when I was in office as the national director, they were calling me. Now, I remember one, I don't know if you remember I told you. One minister called and I said, please, that is not our work. Oh. This is the work of the district assembly. He said, who made that law? Who decentralized social welfare? Some don't even know that we are decentralized. They write to us. District assemblies even write to us. I mean, it's unbelievable because people don't seem to know what is happening. We are not making our presence felt in the districts. So somebody working with you will write to social welfare head office. So you ask yourself, what is the officer at the district doing? If they need assistance and they have to write to the head office to seek help, then what are you doing in the district? It means they don't know you. You know, when we went around for monitoring, at some of the districts, you see, if you go to work every day, your environment will show. Your things are so dirty. I mean, the environment, your office is so dirty, dusty. You see cobwebs. So when we tell you we are coming, then you quickly go and clean some parts and sit in and wait for us. And we do our own investigations. And I remember one day, once, like 2 weeks, they just pass by and leave. So please, yesterday we were encouraged to be proactive. We were encouraged to work very hard and make ourselves visible. Let our impact be felt in the district so that when you ask for something, you'll be given. Who wants to support somebody who doesn't work? Even me, when I was in office, an officer came for something. I didn't give him. I said, you know something? In quotes, I don't see your usefulness here. So me, I won't give you. You don't work. Yvonne knows who the person I'm talking. I said, you don't work. Everything I give you, you don't do. So this thing you want, I won't give you. And I didn't give him. So that is how it works. But if somebody else comes, you see me running around to put things together for the person because the person will work and bring results. So please, yesterday, the speakers who were here, we had seasoned speakers. So it is not easy to have Mrs. Sheila Minka Premu here delivering a paper on social work in Ghana. and we've forgotten almost all the things she said. I don't know. I hope they are on your notes. They are in your notes, so you can refer. But are you going to share the various presentations with participants? President, are you going to share with participants the presentations? Or you can put reports together and share. Give everyone who came so that they don't forget. Okay. Okay. So please, social workers, we are very important in the developmental processes of this country. Don't look down on yourself. Don't belittle yourself. Don't think your profession is a weak one. We have made it weak. If we decide to work very hard, people will acknowledge us, recognize our impacts, and support us. So today, too, by the grace of God, we are back. And we thank him for his mercies, his protection, and for bringing us together. And as you can see, we have seasoned speakers also among us this morning. Please, for today, let me see you people writing key things that our speakers will say for you to remember and to apply it in your day-to-day practice. So thank you very much, President and Executive and all of you for making me your chairperson for today.
4 able women against 1 man. That's okay. Because this is a social work program. All right. Director, thank you so much. But we would like to honor our president to be part, so Papa do that.
Okay, so we want to be gender balanced more. So with all humility, let's clap and welcome our president, the person of Mr. Divine Ehogbe. Yes, our majestic president. Thank you so much, and thank you for your hard work. Wow.
Thank you, Director, for the insight. We continue with a speech from a lordship, lawyer Na Adaku Kujo. She's coming to deliver a speech. She's a social worker. Okay. Oh, sorry. All right. We are honored to have you. So she's going to present a paper on decolonial social work, perspective, social justice policies within the Americas and the Africans. So we are ready.
Hello. Hello. I know, that's okay. But is this on? Hello. Hi, good morning, everyone. I've enjoyed being here, and I'm really excited that SWAG has organized this. Sorry, I'm reading from my phone because I haven't.
Yeah, I'm really excited. SWAG has organized this. I look forward to more conferences and more organizing around advancing social work in Ghana to become a highly valued, respected, and well-compensated field, as it should be. I'm also very happy to meet my colleagues from the different regions and hear what their work is like. A little bit about me. I'm a licensed social worker in Maryland in the US. How I became a social worker, I'm licensed at the master's level. So we do our master's, then we take an exam to become licensed at master's level. With this, you can practice and work at general advanced practice levels, so with communities, social service agencies, hospitals, schools, etc. And then we have a second tier of licensing, which is clinical licensing, where you can go into clinical private practice, where you are working with individuals, couples, or family in clinical capacity. I'm currently undergoing my supervision for my clinical licensure, which means that I'm seeing clients as a therapist while under supervision of a clinical social worker. And in 2 years, I'll be able to take my clinical exam. I've also worked in Mexico and Ghana and a little bit in Colombia, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of, in the US, we are governed by the National Association of Social Workers, as well as the different regulatory boards in each state. Okay, next slide, please. So we have 6 basic ethical principles: service, social justice, dignity and worth of the person. Next slide. Importance of human relationships. Next slide, please. Integrity and competence. So those are 6 basic ethics. The next slide, please. So then we also have different subsets of ethics. So we have ethical responsibilities to clients, ethical responsibilities to colleagues, in practice settings, professionals, social work profession, and the broader society. Next slide, please. For example, our responsibilities to the broader society look like social welfare, public participation, public emergencies, social and political action. The topic of my speech is decolonial social work. So I want to start by declaring that housing, healthcare, food security are the first provisions of mental health. And as a clinician, I cannot talk about the material conditions. I cannot talk about mental health without talking about the material conditions that people need to live a dignified life. So yesterday, lawyer Sheila spoke about the origins. She mentioned the origins of colonial institutional social work in Ghana, which in the US, there are also colonial institutional origins. Same in Jamaica and many parts of the world. And of course, we know that in Ghana, social work has always existed pre-colonial times, as in communities have always had practices of mental health, healing, and restorative justice practices. And then social work becomes institutional within the state, right? However, given the violent legacies and impacts of colonial histories and social political contexts that we are navigating, which gave way to systemic and structural injustices, we do need to address these things because they come up in social work all the time. Social workers know them very well. I'll explain what those are. When we talk about decolonization, it's about cultural, psychological, and economic freedom for indigenous people, which is just like original people of the land, the original people of the country. The right and ability of indigenous people to practice self-determination over their land, cultures, political, and economic systems. Decolonization brings about the repatriation of indigenous land and life. We also can't talk about decolonization without talking about land. Next slide, please. I mentioned systemic and structural injustices. We're talking about the social issues that happen not because of someone's individual failure, but because it's a systemic or structural issue. For example, in the US, incarceration rates, we know that the US has the highest incarceration rates in the world, and black men are sent to jail at higher rates than white men. That's an example of a systemic injustice. Racial health disparities, an example of that in the US is that black babies die at 3 times the rate more than white babies in hospitals. That's a systemic injustice, that black babies are dying at higher rates than white babies. Environmental racism, we're talking about who is polluting and who gets exposed to that pollution. Unhoused population, who is becoming unhoused, who are the people who are becoming homeless, and why. Okay, next slide, please. So yeah, I mean, with this, we can think about, what are the systemic and structural injustices in Ghana, right? I've mentioned some that are in the US, but in Ghana, we have our own too. Next slide, okay. So for example, when we're tackling systemic and structural injustices, usually there's social policies that are put in place to address those things. So for example, in the US we have native Indian people who are the original people of the US, right? Who have been genocided over years, and now they still exist in the US, so native people were not killed off. But so many still exist, and so this is an example of the Indian Child Welfare Act is an example of a policy that came about because of the long history of social workers in the US that were removing Native American children from homes and putting them in foster care with non-Indian families. So this caused generations of trauma among Native families in the US, and this Welfare Act is a way of protecting Indian children who have been adopted by non-Indian families and getting them back. And this is interesting because there were social workers who were very vital in putting together this act, and they were indigenous social workers themselves. Next slide, please. Okay, so this part, I know that yesterday we talked a lot and we heard a lot about issues of vulnerability. And we get used to saying that over and over, but a good practice is to interrogate that language to center the dignity of communities and people. So for example, yesterday we were asked, how can we develop if our vulnerable population is left behind? Which is a great question, but we rarely ask, how did they become vulnerable? Who or what makes them vulnerable? So I want us to take a look at reframing that language. So when we just say broadly vulnerable groups or the needy, I invite us to actually use language that targets the injustices. So for example, historically and systematically excluded communities. Communities targeted for marginalization. Communities recovering from systematic oppression. Intentionally impoverished as punishment. Intentionally made vulnerable. Community disinvestment. Food, so in the US, there's places where, in communities where you can't find healthy or nutritious foods. It's just fast food chain, fast food there, McDonald's. And so they call those places food deserts. So instead of saying food deserts, we call it food apartheid, right? Who are the groups that have been, why can't you find healthy food options in those places, right? We want to name and look at how that is intentionally designed. Okay, so another example of changing the language is that, so we go from oppressive, inaccurate, victim-blaming mental health language. So for example, people who, we're describing in our work, we have people who come in and maybe they're difficult or they're just not working with us. So we tend to say, oh, they have maladaptive behavior. So instead of that, we look at these people and we say, actually, they have survival strategies, right, that they've developed over time. Instead of calling people just homeless, we say unsheltered or unhoused, because that is the condition they're in. Homeless is not an identity. Instead of people who are drug seeking, oh, they're just drug seeking. Actually, they're relief seeking from really harsh conditions they've been enduring for a long time. Instead of saying a difficult case, well, the person needs accommodation, right? Accommodation required. Next slide, please. Instead of if they're defiant, defensive, resistant, we can say they're actually being assertive and self-advocating. They're non-compliant, they don't want to listen. Actually, they just don't consent to what we're doing. Or they have mental illness or a disorder. Or we can actually name in their own context what's happening. So in the US, with Native communities have always talked about heart and spirit wound or soul wound. And I'm sure like here in Ghana, in our different cultures, we have different names for things that, you know, is worrying our heart or worrying our mind, because of course mental illness can be really stigmatizing. And then also instead of like in the US, everything is really evidence-based, peer review, like research. But like when we come to other contexts, especially like somewhere here in Ghana, we can ask what are the best practices, right? That people have been using for a long time. What is client-centered? Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about my time in Colombia and social work there. And I think this is a good segue into social policy because, like I said, once we're naming the systemic and structural injustice, we're able to devise solutions and use policy to restore justice and dignity to communities. So in Colombia, Ley 70, which is like Law 70, is an example of social policy enacted in Nuki, Colombia, in Black communities in Colombia. Next slide, please. So in 1993, what the government did is that because of systemic injustice, that Black people in Colombia had been historically oppressed for so long. And so the government enacts a law that allows them to title land in their name, which some of them had never done before. As a way, also these areas, can you go back, please? So that's an example of a Colombian, Afro-Colombian who got land, access to land through this law. It's like 12 acres. I've been there.
It is so disheartening to see children who should be in school engage in hazardous work like galamsey activities. We must prioritize their education and safety. These children deserve a point of view.
So this is a way to get people back to their land, keep them connected to their land, because with land is culture, land is identity, land is food. Next slide, please. So now they're growing. Can you play it? I don't know if I can replay it. Maybe not. Okay, well, they're processing rice. They grow rice. You can play it. Okay, next slide, please. They grow a lot of things, but the whole community is participating. Next slide, please. So this is an example of like how do we use land restitution or land repatriation to restore people's dignity, culture, and identity. The land enables social cohesion, community participating, food sovereignty, and ultimately healing. And I say all this to show that this is what social work can look like when we have the aid of social policy, because a lot of times it's really hard when we're going into communities and we don't have a lot, and we're working with people who are enduring a lot in terms of also as well as like trauma, the trauma from colonialism, intergenerational trauma that gets passed on through families. We're dealing with people who have heavy, intense trauma. And I mean, also as social workers, some of us, we have that because we've also endured the same things in our family and the context. So yeah, okay, I mentioned intergenerational trauma, ancestral trauma. So how do we work with folks who are housing insecure, food insecure, prone to illness, and also enduring the impacts of these various traumas? Next, please. Thought it was on. You can keep going. Okay, and so in Mexico, Mexico also has communities of Black people Black Mexicans and indigenous people as well. So Mexico did a constitutional like reform where they were able to recognize Black people and indigenous groups in order to create programs, social programs that they could access. So you can go next slide. This was a social service agency that I worked with, and these women are from their communities and work in their communities, but they have an agency that's basically, that they got funds from the government, and they're able to run social service programs and target the needs of their community. So that's also another example of like social policy where people from the community are actually doing that work themselves. And because they know best what they need as well, right? The self-determination of communities and knowing what they need to heal, and being able to use the practices, ancestral practices that they've always used as well is really important. Because, for example, I'm not like, as a social worker, I'm not gonna go in a community and tell people what they need. But I would like to name the injustices that they've suffered, and then we talk about how do we heal from this, and what kind of justice do we need. I just wanted to share as a social work, that social justice element is really important. So that's it. Thank you. Oh yeah, wait, one more thing. So I forgot. So once we're also considering all the trauma and everything that people are also living with, it takes us into considering what does trauma-informed care, and that was mentioned yesterday, trauma-informed care, trauma-informed treatment, because once we know that people are, extremely traumatized, then it changes the way the way we go in and approach people. And using that language that really centers their dignity, right? Because no one is poor because they want to, no one is marginalized because they want to. These are not individual failures, these are systemic. So we need systemic solutions to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Na. Let's do it better for Na Adak. Let's do it better. Let's do it better. All right. So, thank you so much now for taking us back to America, Colombia, Indian, and the rest. Let's give a clap offering to Na for doing this. So, if anyone has any question in her slides, you can just, quick one, 3 questions. Then we continue from here. If you have a question. You don't have question.
Okay.
It means when director asks you, you will not be sitting down without answering. There's a hand up. There's a hand up. There's a hand up.
Thank you for your speech, Madam Na.
Yeah.
You said something about the Colombia Act, Land Act for
Yes.
Afro-Colombians.
Yes.
Was it just specifically Afro-Colombians, or it spreaded through other natives or maybe nationalities?
Yeah, no, that one was specifically Afro-Colombians, but they also, I know they have other acts for the different indigenous groups in Colombia, because there's a lot, but they saw that Afro-Colombians were specifically, disenfranchised and oppressed, and really needed access to land on the places they had lived for decades, right?
So yeah, so that is specifically Afro-Colombian. And also it wasn't just land, like yes, they could get titles to land, but it also, and there were other, like in the law, there's specific clauses about the rights to education and healthcare for Afro-Colombians as well. Because again, they had less access to good healthcare, less access to schools. So yeah, it was specifically to target that group. Yeah.
Thank you. Please, in your slide, you made mention of children dying, especially black children dying.
Yes.
In the hospital more than the white children.
Correct.
I want to know what is the cause of that? Is it intentional or unintentional?
Yeah, so that form of systemic injustice is that black folks do not get the same standard of care in hospitals. Also, there's a lot of medical racism involved. So in the U.S., there can be doctors who believe that black people don't feel pain. Like their tolerance to pain is higher than maybe a white person. So yeah, there's cases of like a black woman, like she's in labor and she's complaining of pain, or before labor, and the doctor doesn't take that seriously. Right? So yeah, we're looking at like racist beliefs of doctors, and also the medical system that like for so long has like disregarded black folks and black women, not believed them, and so yeah, not giving the same standard of care. So, but also now in the US, there's a lot of like doulas, like black women who have become doulas or midwives to address this issue, right? And so they found that when a black woman has a doula, she has a higher rate of a successful birth and her baby living. And which is funny because doula and it's not funny, but it's interesting that doula and midwifery has always been as like part of African and like practices in childbirth. So kind of adding that component showed that like yeah, women survive birth and babies survive more when we're actually adding our best practices in a system that doesn't care, in a system that disregards us as less, because that is systemic. Right? I'm not saying that there's no good doctors, but it's a system thing once, so yeah.
Okay, thank you now for your speech.
Yeah.
You find that in the US, there are a lot of vulnerables there, and that is why they have systems in place that cater for them. Like when you go, you find something like the Catholic charities and other systems that help support them to live, especially those who are unhoused.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Catholic charity helps a lot of the unhoused, yes.
So in Ghana here, we cannot find so many unhoused people. And even if they are here, we don't actually see them. And we find people who are hungry, and we don't do anything about it. So what do you think we can do to help these people out there? Because somebody might be in a house, in a home, without any food to eat. If that person will get something to eat, it will be like maybe in the afternoon, around 11, around 12, around 1, around 2, then you get something to eat. And it's like that's what you are going to take throughout the day till the next day. So how are we going to help? And I know that these charities that are said to help the people, sometimes it's the companies that bring staffs to these charities that they use to help the people. How are we going to do it in Ghana? How are we going to establish that in Ghana? Because there are a lot of the same situations going on in Ghana here, which we fail to see them. So how are we going to help in these situations?
Okay, so thanks for your question. I just want to say that I don't agree that there's like not a lot of unhoused in Ghana. There are like Kaya woman, many are unhoused. Over there at Circle, there's many groups in Ghana that are unhoused, and of course, yes, food insecure, right? So I want to say it's very simple to solve the solution to unhoused population is housing, right? It's not rocket science. It's very simple. How do we get people off the street? How do we house people? So that we have to build housing for them, right? It's a right. It's a human right. Housing and shelter is a human right. Now, of course, that becomes complicated because the state has to provide housing, right? There's all these who's going to provide that housing? It can be done, but it's just not being done. What's also causing a lot of the people in U.S. to become unhoused is also their housing is very expensive. Rent is really expensive, right? In the U.S., it's also medical debt, right? If you have a lot of medical debt, the chances of you becoming unhoused is very high. So a lot of the people in the U.S. you see on the street, it's because they had high medical debt they couldn't pay. Because we don't have free healthcare in the U.S. So you see that all these problems kind of link to another. You don't have healthcare, you get sick, you can't pay, you have to live on the street because maybe you have to sell your house, you don't have money, right? So all these things are connected. So I would say, yes, the solution to being unhoused is we need housing. We need to house people, right, unconditionally. They've done it in the U.S. in a couple of states where they've tried out. In Utah, the state gave free housing, no conditions, even if you were using drugs, even if you were, you didn't work, because in the U.S. there's a lot of even shelters have many conditions in the U.S. You can't go in at night if you're using drugs, if you have a dog. In the U.S., some unhoused people have animals, which are support animals. So the shelters even have a lot of conditions or rules. Right, and then you have to be out the next day. You can't stay there, you're just in there for the night and you have to go. But anyways, in Utah, they built housing. They built apartments for unhoused people, gave them no conditions. You have a room, you have an apartment, you can stay. If you want to work, there would be social workers who come help you find a job, and they saw that is what keep people that's what kept people housed. Right, so, and then food insecurity. I mean, food insecurity is linked to, rising food prices. The rising prices of goods, the fact that we also don't grow a lot. In Ghana, we're importing 90% of our food, right? Where and we know we have, I'm sure a lot of you know, if you come from communities where you are growing, or families that were farmers and still are, that we can grow stuff. But we have a big food insecurity issue because a lot of our food is being imported. And then, we need feeding programs. We need there's also things we need communal kitchens. We need to kind of bring in back these things that were always in communities and always help to keep us surviving. But it's hard. It's hard when we don't get help from the state, or again, we're intentionally neglected, or communities are intentionally, they disinvest, right? Which is why we have to name those things. The community is not just poor, they were disinvested from, right? We need that investment back. And if not, then the communities need to be doing their things where they can, where they're able to self-sustain and self-determine. And that takes a lot of community organizing in communities as well. That's a lot of work. That's really hard work, and social workers were doing already so much, but yeah.
Answers to give. So thank you very much for all the answers you've given. I just want to add that in Ghana, as she tried to say, we see people on the street, we see these Kayaye people. We see that they don't have houses, they don't have accommodation. But the fact is, they all have homes in their hometowns where they come from. Here, they have come to see greener pastures. And even those on the streets, not quite long ago, some officers went to count them. We wanted data on them. Most of them were missing, where they sleep in the night. Why? Because they have traveled back home to go and plant, because it was the planting season. So they've gone to do their farming. So after planting, whilst they wait for the harvest time, they move down. And that is what, as social workers, we have to look at. And a lot is being done to help some of these women. Even in the night, when we went round with the Honorable Minister, She wanted to assess the situation to know what policies could work better for them. Some of them were even angry that we have come to them without permission. Meanwhile, we had their leaders with us. So at a point in time, we had to leave. So it's like they are on their own. They know what they want. They have decided to come and sleep there because they have, there's something that they are pursuing. There's something they are pursuing. Not that they don't have a home or they don't have any place to stay. But when they come to Accra, honestly, if there were to be accommodation somewhere for them, that will also help. But we were surprised at the way some of them reacted. We were very, 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 very surprised. So we had to leave. Some were very nice. Some were accommodating. They shared their challenges and problems with us. But others were angry because they have not told us that they are hungry or they need anything from us. They are doing their own business. And we have invaded into their privacy. That was the situation. Even though we felt where they were sleeping was not good, and we had come there, we went there as late as around 10 p.m. to know all the places they were sleeping, to interact with them, to find out why they were there. Whether you were a foreigner or you were a Ghanaian, and if you were a Ghanaian, we know every Ghanaian, at least 80% of them, they have homes somewhere that they can go, that they've decided to come. And we found out that they've come here for business. But still, social workers in your districts, find a way out. What policies could be done to alleviate their suffering, to help them come out of the suffering, the challenges that they are going through. And then in Ghana here, I don't think we import 90% of our food. Yes, we import rice, tomatoes, and other things, but most people too, we eat our local food. The beans, even though we import some of them, there are a whole lot of local farmers who grow the things we eat. Our corn, the beans, the gari, the cassava and plantains, they are all from Ghana. I don't know if there is a new statistic saying that our food, maybe you saw it somewhere, all that we eat is imported. I know a lot of things are imported, but the percentage, we have to look at that one again. So, and I want to ask, from your presentation, it looks as if you are fighting for the rights of the blacks, or is that what you're doing?
I mean, just social justice for everybody, all groups, all of this.
All groups. But the presentation, the way it went, I had the feeling that you were focusing on the blacks. That is how I saw the presentation. Is that the situation? Are you working for blacks or are you working for everyone?
I'm working for everyone.
You're working for everyone.
The presentation is about oppressed. And
Those who are being oppressed, okay. But are you aware? We have outsiders, but the little knowledge we know is that some of them, because they know that there are certain welfare services for them, you can, even some of them, they don't work, but where they sleep is better than some people who work. And because of that, some people are not motivated to work. What about that one? They are not really motivated to do something for themselves. Is that true?
well, how do you judge that they're not motivated to work for themselves? What are the opportunities available?
Because there are a lot of opportunities, but some people don't even want to go to school. Education is...
but how free is the school?
Is it not free? No, tell us.
School books are not free.
The books are not free.
Yeah. You have to pay for uniforms.
Oh, okay. You pay for uniforms, you pay for your textbooks. I thought there is a system that takes care of that.
Wait, are you talking about in the US?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not talking about, I thought you were talking about Ghana.
No, I'm not talking about Ghana. I'm talking about your youth. So that's why I said from your presentation.
Oh, so you're saying in the
It's
US,
US,
in
yes.
US, there's people who are not motivated to work?
I'm asking. There are some people because of, that is what we hear. That's why I'm asking whether that is true. That because of the services that are available, they are really not motivated to go to school and to work. Is that true?
First of all, well, higher education in the U.S. is very expensive and it's not accessible. Like, university in U.S. costs thousands of dollars. Yes, you can go up to high school for free, but after that, it's thousands of dollars. Yeah, it's not accessible to a lot of people.
We are learning from it. We are learning because Ghana, we need to also begin to provide certain services for the vulnerable. So we are learning. Here we have free education to secondary level. And a lot of children have gotten, millions have gotten the chance to go to school. It's used not to be so. We have come across people who were very brilliant, but because that opportunity was not available, they couldn't pursue education after the basic level. But here, at least, if you want to go to school, you have the opportunity to enter secondary school for free. You don't really have to pay anything. Even though people claim there are certain things they have to pay, maybe like US, no, books are free, isn't it? Books are free. What about you? Maybe you have to buy your uniforms, your bed sheets, and other things. That is also something that maybe social workers can come together to help enrich the program. So that people, if it is free, people don't have to pay anything at all.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. Please, I want to also add on what Madam Chairman said. On the part of the KIA, like they are here, most of them are here with an aim of making a living. Sometimes when you think that they are here doing nothing and you want to send them, because there was a program, you know, most of the KIA, they come from the northern part of Ghana. And sometimes when you think, oh, they are here, you can help them. But there was a program where they send a lot of them, give them vocational skills. They said no. Yes. They said no, it's not necessarily the vocational program that they want. They all ran back again. So it is not necessarily that, as Madam Chairman said, it is not necessarily that you just think they are here without an aim. They have their aim, and when they achieve it, they go back. Though they are facing a lot of issues. So it's not necessarily they are at home. And like Madam Chairman also said, 90%, when you look back at the north, especially the northern sector, like maize, millet, it's only rice that we can say Ghana we import, especially when you are coming from the northern part. So maybe the 90% may be too much, as just to add. Thank you.
Okay, it has been checked. I hear it is 13%.
13. Thank you. Yeah.
Is there any more?
Oh, okay, thank you. With regards to the racial incarceration that you mentioned of, as an outsider, we know that the black communities in the U.S., there are a lot of crimes being committed. And when you go to the black community, the crimes that are committed as compared to the white community. So if we have racial incarceration, where blacks are more incarcerated more than that of white, that is probably because of the crimes that are being committed in the black communities.
Wait, was that a question or?
Is that a comment?
Yeah, as an outsider, what's the kind of picture that is being painted to us here? that's what I wanted to comment on. So
Yeah.
that it kind of confirm the fact that racial incarceration would definitely be high in black communities as against the white community.
Yeah, so you're saying that because you're perceiving that in black communities there's more crime, that's why black men are going to jail at higher rates. Yeah, so that's a myth, and that has been debunked, because the whole issue about systemic injustice is that, so what, like, if that statement were true, it means that black people are more violent than any other people, and that is not true, right? Though, like, that's a really dehumanized way to talk about people. There's no evidence that black people are more violent than anyone else. And so in that systemic injustice, black people are, for example, police will stop black people driving more than white people, right? You have seen that black people have been killed by police, right? For very small, minor offenses, right? And gotten away with impunity. So yeah, so if you're someone who the police can stop you at any time, if you're black and they stop you at any time, right? You get offenses, right? You go, something finds you in jail. We also know that the majority of people in jail are not there because of like serious, like murder, right? Like if you did like all the research and you look at what people are being incarcerated for, you will find that very small percentage is actually murder or very big offenses, right? There were some laws, like New York had a law that if you got an offense like 3 times, you would be in jail for a long time, right? So if you had an offense with the police for something minor, but it happened 3 times, you would like go to jail for like 15 years. Are you a violent criminal and human being? No. But the laws in your state incarcerated you unfairly, right? And because you were black, you were targeted more, right? Yeah, so I think that's very nuanced, right? I get that you see, we're used to seeing images of black people being more violent, whether it's in the media, right, or films or movies, but we have to understand those tropes for what they are and how they've dehumanized people over time in order to justify high incarceration rates of these people. Right? There's people so prison abolition and like social workers in the U.S. who work in prisons very quickly become abolitionists, which means they believe in like we should abolish prisons, because once you go in there and you start working with people and you realize, wow, these people are not violent criminals, right? These people are not violent human beings, right? They've usually been in here because they've been caught in the system. It happens here in Ghana as well. So yeah, I think with those topics, you need to be very nuanced. You need to read a lot, right? A lot of people, a lot of organizations have done that data and have done that research. You can go and find it, right? Yeah.
Mine is, Madam Chair, mine is a contribution on the KAE. There are instances where, when you look at the northern part, we have only one rainy season. And then when you look at the southern part, it's almost all year-round season. So sometimes you see that the rainy season, they go back to plants. And then when they are in the dry season, they come here because they don't have something to keep them going. And the product that they get at the end of the season cannot even sustain the family to the next rainy season. Sometimes some of them come in order to get the money to go back to go and plant for the next season. Or whilst they are here, they send something back home to just keep the husband and then the children as the person is here working. Social media, we've seen a lot of them, most of them SS graduates, the person wants to continue, but no support. But there are about few of them I've seen on social media, somebody captured them. I saw this KAE, she was speaking good English, so I decided to ask more. Oh, I've completed SS, I want to go to nursing. Then she posted. Before a minister, DC said, I saw this story, let the person come, I'll give the person full scholarship. But if the person were to be there and go to that MC, even 1/2 of the fees, they won't give you. So sometimes the skills training that they gave them here, when you go to a community, you train like about, let's say 5 hairdressers. How many people will do their head in that place? Like 3 months, somebody will have the same head going on, and the person is not bothered. But here, almost every week, somebody go for washing, go and change hairstyles and all those things. So sometimes we sit here and we think that this is what they need. But sometimes we, the social workers there, you know what they need, but it's beyond you. Because most of the women realize that these days the share butter process company that have come, it has kept most of them busy that they don't come here during the dry season, because when they work with them, they keep on paying them, whether rainy season or dry season. So we need most of these things to keep them busy. That can get something to feed the family so that they don't come here. But sometimes you sit here and just think that this is what they need, this is what they need, and then you package it like that. It's not the best.
So I remember, hello, I remember drawing Operation and, oh, no, it's not Operation Kayai. Operation Kayai, yes, yes. We had about operations. You know, we asked them what they want to do. So they told us. Sometimes people say that, oh, we decided for them. Nobody decided for them. We took 50 girls to start with, sponsored by UNICEF. And we asked them, what do you want to do? Some said they want to go back to school. But then, where they stay, they can't go back because of abuses. So we have to look for solution for that one. And then some said, oh, I want to learn hairdressing. They chose it. Nobody forced anybody to learn a particular skill. So we had those who learned kente weaving. I have a kente woven by those girls. Very beautiful, even up to today. It's beautiful. Kente weaving, people are making money out of it, isn't it? We had hairdressers. We have those who learned how to make soap and also pomade. And they learned and bead making. At the end of the day, and then dressmaking. UNICEF gave them all that they would need. The startup capital and equipment, whatever they need, UNICEF gave it to them. To the extent that when they bought, I think initially they bought trunks. They rejected it too. They wanted suitcases. So all the trunks were sent away and they replaced them with suitcases. And every girl was given a set of saucepans. Those who learned dressmaking were given machines and they were given some money. Do you know, rather it became an attraction? Is it a push or a pull factor? When they went back and their sisters and relatives saw the items they've brought, they said, hey, Accra is good. It's rather started the mass migration. One person will come back with 7 more girls. One person will come back with 4. One person will come back with 3. That when you come, people will help you and give you either machine. So it became like a business for them. I have met a Kayayu at my Abu Bloshi. She has learned hairdressing with an NGO, taking all the support from there, and now she says she's learning dressmaking with another NGO. So in a way, they themselves, that is why that project, a lot of projects have gone on for them. But we are not seeing any impacts. So UNICEF now took the training to their home locations where they come from to encourage the girls to stay because some were still there loitering. And that one too did not work. Years ago when we followed up, only 2 out of the 50 girls were home. The remaining 48 were back in Accra with their relatives. So in a way, I think it is development. That is my opinion. If we develop all districts, we make the districts attractive, they will not come down. But if you stay there, like you said, you have learned hairdressing, how many people will come and do their hair in a week? They will be hungry. So they will come and carry the load and make money. Mamas live. Man must live. So you see that lots of people have pulled out of supporting Kayais because it's not working. Assembly, they did a lot of training for them. I have been part of the graduation ceremonies. It didn't work. They are still there. They didn't go. We were, even the Ministry of Gender supported some of them to go through training, and some were employed. We gave some agencies employed some of them as caterers, as receptionists and all that. We even taught some people in IT skills. They are doing well, but nobody is ready to leave Accra. Yes, all of them were employed in Accra. So that is what I think we have to look at, the policies we have to consider, but to make sure more people do not come. Because when you come and you sleep at the open markets in front of shops, it's not good at all. They have series of challenges. Our leadership want to add something. So thank you.
Hi. It's been a very insightful conversation, and now I must say that your expose on the situation in Colombia, in America, is very insightful for the Ghanaian group here because uh, they are so restricted to the situation in Ghana, so they don't get to experience other situations in the world. So thank you for coming to give them that exposition. But the migration, the problem you are raising now, the conversation at this point has to do with migration. And you need to understand the root causes of migration, whether it's international, transnational, or domestic, in order to formulate solutions to curb the rate of migration. So the problem we are looking at here is the domestic migration problem. And it has to do with the economic disparities between where the migrant is coming from and where they are going to. So when you look at Ghana and let's take Canada, why are Ghanaians going to Canada? If you answer that question, you will understand why people are moving from, let's say, the north to the south. So as long as the world continues to have economic disparities, security disparities, and all these other root causes of migration, then it means that there will always be migration. Now, if we are going to accept that the world will not be equal economically, countries will not be equal security-wise, then we will be able to formulate solutions that create some form of safety where the migrants go to. So you take America right now. They are having problems with migrants. They claim that the migrants are taking all the work, etc. So there's a new policy. Some of the political aspirants said that when they take office, they are going to dispatch all undocumented illegal migrants, right? So they are really having a problem. What is the solution to that? Is it that the states where the migrants are coming from are not up to task? Are they not doing good enough? Or should the states where they are going to, like Canada, America, should they make provisions to give them some form of safety, basic human rights, basic shelter, so that even if they are migrating, and it should be people's right to emigrate, people should not be restricted. It's a free world. People should not be restricted as to where they should stay. But no matter where they stay, they should have basic rights being catered to: food, shelter, healthcare, education, and security. So if we're looking at women we've had people who have moved from the north come to the south and become judges, become lawyers, become social welfare directors. So it is not all bad. We've got Ghanaians who moved from Ghana to the US and become medical doctors and scientists at NASA. So migration is not entirely bad. We need to formulate systems that give, if not the same, equal opportunities, whether in the migrant state or where they are coming from. If we keep looking at it as totally bad, completely bad, we will not solve the problem. There are good aspects of it. You come up with all these policies, Operation End Kaya, and you cannot end it. So we are not being realistic about our aspirations. You cannot end it because people, human nature, they will always want a better life. It is your right as a human being. It's inalienable to you to want a better life. If you are in a difficult situation, in an abusive environment, let's say you are a woman and in your community they are catching girls and women and committing FGM on them, you would want to escape. And it is your right to escape. Now, if you escape and you get to a safe place, why should they say that you're a nuisance? So we do not understand the problem, and so we can't formulate a lasting solution. Therefore, you are the social workers. You are the people going to give the data to the politician to bring out the policies that will help. If you don't give accurate data and accurate root cause of the problems, they are going to keep dressing the solution, trying to solve it from the shoot instead of solving it from the root. So my contribution, it's not necessarily a judicial contribution, but from my experience, and I have to say this, my grandfather was a social worker. He was called Raphael Kudiabo. He worked in Tamale and he worked in Bo. So, I mean, maybe it's in the blood, like you said. I have always had interest. And when I worked at Teshinungwa as a magistrate, we were doing the family tribunal. I worked with Clara and Mr. Enoch Bampo. And we had this situation where a child was neglected at the Nungwa beach, a 3-year-old girl, because her parents were, how do you call them, relief seekers. That was the appropriate word you use today. Relief seekers, not drug seekers. Relief seekers. So they were neglecting this child. So this was a child in need of care, right? So when this child was brought by social welfare to the family tribunal, we used the shelter to keep her safe, and I kept the parents on probation to undergo rehab and then do a check on them before, I think roughly about 12 months before I got a satisfactory report and I gave their child back to them. She was better. She was well taken care of at the shelter. I kept a tab on her while she was at the shelter. Your work is so important that you cannot underestimate your relevance in the entire scheme of affairs in maintaining human dignity and supporting the enforcement of human rights. You are the foundation. So if I'm going to add anything from a judge's perspective, and I bring you greetings from the Honorable Lady Chief Justice, if I'm going to give you something from a judge's perspective, that our work with you gives us is it a bird's eye view of what is happening to the common people on the ground. Without social welfare panel members, I cannot tell what amount of money is too high to award for child maintenance or is too low to award for child maintenance. We respect your work and we appreciate you so much. All the probation officers who work for us, I would like to encourage you, and so I'm delivering my speech to at once. I would like to encourage you, right? I would like to encourage you to do your work dispassionately. You know, just do your work and give us good reports. The social inquiry report. Give us good reports that will help us deliver justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said everything, but there is one thing that Madam, I don't know your name. Yes, Sitiaga, she gave the solution to the Kaya problem enough. They have one season, and the rest of the seasons, what do? But man must eat. Man must engage in something. So the best way I say is the government sending industries there sending industries there. In fact, my um, long essay in School of Social Work is titled "The Role of Social Worker in Industrial Management," and a lot of things came out, and this Kayaye thing also came up. So the best way is to establish industries there or factories there. We have moved from the use of cottage industries. We need proper industries. And let's give a trial to that and see if our people would migrate to the south. Now, another area that the government has to look at is about when you give them the industries, what are the other social amenities like the schools? They should give them good schools, good hospitals, well furnished, well um, furnished with the officers also, not just the building. With that, I think Kanyayo issues will be things of the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Please, I also have a question. Okay, I think during your presentation, you mentioned that during the colonial time, I would wanted to find out social work practice. Was it embedded before they professionalized it? Was it embedded? The social work practice, was it embedded before the practice, before professionalization of it? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, even lawyer Sheila said it yesterday as well. Communities, and in the video today, yeah, communities have always been practicing social work, as in taking care of each other, um, and having their own, systems and organizations and communities. Yeah, they had their own medicines, well-being practices, cultural practices, ancestral practices. So yeah, there's always been a culture of social work or community work among groups before social work became institutionalized. You know, yeah.
All right, thank you. I also have a question. I picked one thing from your slide, which is trauma-informed care. And then I had the opportunity to be trained in a very intensive program, trauma-informed care, which is very, very good, but it was packed. So as director is here, I want to find out how are we going to incorporate trauma-informed care in social work we do. What I'm trying to say is that, yes, in social work, no, not everybody here might get that opportunity. So as a national policy or a national program, what are we doing to incorporate to all aspects of social work? That's
Okay. Auntie Sheila, lawyer Sheila Minka Premo said, it is something that every social worker should train in. We should all make sure we have training in trauma-informed care. She said it was one of her proposals. So if they don't have the training, there's no way they can apply it. They need the training first. Is that okay? So now that you have training, you should have prepared a paper to at least introduce it to the participants here.
all right. So
we'll give you a chance to talk briefly about it.
all
Or
right.
another
That'll be
time.
another time.
We shall organize an online training. We get the right facilitators. Okay.
Thank you so much. I think our snack is ready. So those in charge should. Today, madam, it was ready very, very fast. So because the session was interactive, I didn't know how to truncate it for them to share it. I asked them to do that.
Thank you. All right. Before you ask your questions, please, I would like to introduce the presence of the Deputy Director, Madam Agnes Abolimpo. Madam, please, you have to come to the front seat. Thank you. We also acknowledge the presence of the security service, the head of the divisional police at the ministry. They are here to protect us. Thank you. Yes. Madam Vida, please. Our deputy, our Deputy Director for Justice Administration, Madam Vida, you are welcome. Please join Director, Madam Agnes. All right, so.
Thank you very much. We have the whole day. There is a session for other questions and answers, but our leadership has to go back to the court to work because you know it. And she has some beautiful package for us. I'll give the mic to my people to introduce her. On that note, we invite her ladyship, Sedina Awo, to give us a hair package.
Now afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, and the Honorable National Executives of the Social Workers Association of Ghana, distinguished patrons, esteemed colleagues and guests, permit me to stand on all existing protocols. I bring you the warm regards of the Honorable Lady Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Isaba Saki Tokono, and the judiciary. Now, I said earlier that I had the experience of working closely with social welfare only when I became a judge. So even as a lawyer, I did not have that experience. And that is something you have to take with you, that majority of Ghanaians do not know who you are, they do not know the work you do, and they do not know the importance of the work you do. So for someone like me who joined the bench in 2015, I only became aware of the quality of your work because I had two panel members on my family tribunal, and I worked with them for 4 years. Within those 4 years, I came to fully appreciate who you are and your work and all the sacrifice that you put in. It cannot be overstated. You are not financed and resourced well enough for the kind of work you do. So thank you on behalf of the judiciary for providing us with panel members for all our family tribunals in the entire country, for providing us with probation officers who undertake the instructions and orders we give for the conduct of social enquiries. Not only that, and actually to sit down after interviewing all the stakeholders in that social case and write a report. I think you deserve a well round of applause. Thank you so much. And in that experience, I got to know that your work is not just physical, it is heart and soul. It must be a calling just like ours, and even more than ours, because yours takes so much sacrifice. In the middle of the night, you are roaming in corners and safe places in the communities, yet you do not have even police protection with you. Sometimes you go into cases where the parties now says they are not difficult, they do not, they are unconsenting, right? I learned so much from your presentation now. the right words to use to describe people. Unconsenting. So you are in the middle of, I don't want to sound like I'm picking on any community, so I won't name any community. But you're in the middle of a situation where the environment you are in is hostile, and yet you've got no police protection and you've got no arms, and yet here you are, simple social worker, going to try to save someone in distress. Your work is underrated and underappreciated. And I hope that my voice will add to your conference today, that from a judge's, thank you, from a judge's point of view, you deserve better. And you deserve better not only in resources, but recognition as well. And I hope that at the close of your conference, when the report is sent, especially to the ministry, it will resound that the guest judge who spoke mentioned that social welfare deserves a better look, a second look, a holistic look that will make their work more impactful on the very citizens that they have decided to assist in their work. Now, I am deeply honored, therefore, to be here with you today for this memorable conference organized by the Social Workers Association of Ghana. And I extend my deepest gratitude to the national executives and the patrons of SWAG. Your name is so swaggy. I love your name. It's the swag. Don't change it. Please don't change it. Because that is what you are. You've got swag. Now, your theme, positioning social work in the 21st century in Ghana, is crucial for the country's democracy, decentralization, growth, and development. This theme captures the essence of the vital role social work plays in shaping our nation and moving us forward. Social welfare has a rich and meaningful history in Ghana, one that underscores the fundamental principle of promoting the well being of all citizens. Since Ghana's independence, our nation has committed to creating a more equitable society with social welfare as a foundational element. In the early years, social welfare initiatives primarily focused on addressing poverty, improving healthcare, and expanding educational opportunities. Over time, these efforts have evolved to tackle a broader range of social issues, from child protection and elder care to community empowerment and disaster response. You see just how vast your work is. Today, social work in Ghana goes far beyond providing immediate relief. Social workers serve as advocates for the vulnerable, bridge builders in communities, and essential partners in policy implementation. The sector addresses challenges that impact all layers of our society: mental health, child welfare, family services, and much more. Social work has become essential for building a fair and just society and ensuring that democracy reaches every corner of our country, helping Ghana remain a leader in inclusive development. To meet the demands of a rapidly evolving world, we must adapt our approach to social work, equipping practitioners with the skills, tools, and resources needed to operate in diverse and complex environments. I think that I have really emphasized that today. We must invest in training. The MT said he went for an intensive training in a very specific area that you all need. But guess what? Almost, if I'm not mistaken, apart from him, maybe just a handful of people have that training. But that training is so essential to your work. Therefore, more training is required. We must invest, therefore, in training, policy reform, and we've spoken about policy reform a lot this morning, and technology to empower social workers to carry out their roles effectively and sustainably. Together, we can help the field of social work evolve, preparing it to meet the pressing needs of our society and contribute fully to Ghana's development. I am so grateful to be a part of this conference and to witness the dedication of Ghana's social workers as they continue their work to improve the lives of countless citizens across the country. Now, the conversations have already proven to be very fruitful, exciting, and encouraging to each and every one of you, even to me. I'm going to see you even in better light from today, having heard a lot of you speak this morning and your directors. It's enlightening, super enlightening. Thank you for the experience. May the conversations and insights shared here today inspire new ideas, foster meaningful collaboration, and strengthen our collective efforts in this noble cause. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you so much, ladies. Please, let's give a very big round of applause to the judge for giving us this wonderful speech. Please, do you have any question? We take 2 questions. 1. Okay, so after this, after the question, we have a group picture with leadership. Then we break for interactive break, make some friends, and build networks.
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate our work, but my problem is that I'm a panel member for more than 3 years. So the first year that we were given 300 and something CD, then for 2 years now, the TNT and the allowance, it hasn't been coming. And it's a the family tribunal setting.
Yes.
You know, the appointment letter they gave us, there was some 10 CD for TNT and then something for the allowance. But for 2 years now, yes.
Without committing myself, I would want to say that finances in judicial service are controlled by very stringent measures. And we've got a financial department, but you know that government is the one that pays all our money. So even if it is coming, and I don't know whether it comes from judicial service, your payment, but it comes from judicial service, it would have to first of all come from government of Ghana, finance ministry, then the judicial service will have to disperse it. I must tell you that even judges, allowances due us are pending. You've heard AMJG president say it many times at our annual conference. He will say, pay the judges their allowances. It is a problem that is coming from, not from us, but I am sure that if the right pressure is mounted, so are you saying that for 2 years you've not been paid? 2 years.
Yes.
Oh, I recall.
After that,
But the others, yeah, the cases are.
enlighten us as to what is going on in that.
Director, there's a question for you.
Okay, I understand your concerns, but actually it has to do with funding. I don't know where you are. Please come again. I have a region. And so you can coordinate with your head there and decide to carry out the probation committee meeting. But funding, it is difficult to get funding to organize it. So wherever you are, the probation unit where you are, under your region, you can coordinate it. And so after the meeting, we can do further deliberations on it. Are you okay with that?
Okay, thank you. All right, so we are going to have a group picture with my lady. She'll be leaving very soon, so we want to have a group picture. After that, we break for about 10 minutes. So all of us, together with the high table, we're going to have a group picture. Very beautiful one, of course. Possible for us to be here. Please, let's try to come on the stage here. So let's okay. Yes. Yes. It will work. Let's try. Yes, please. Please come on stage, everybody. Those of you there, please come this way. Mr. Divine, please, we are waiting for you. Run as fast as you can. You are losing your flight.
And it's a wide world. We're merciful world. And until the day, the African continent.
All of them. Please, all of you should come. Oh.
Check my life. As I say, walk in the east, and walk in the west, walk down, I walk down south, and some winning, and some losing, and some dying, and some crying, and some singing. We done much of it. No more trouble, no more trouble, no more trouble. No more trouble. What we need, look up from the
And develop. All right, thank you. Okay, So we are on 10 minutes break for you to take your snack. Stretch for 10 minutes break. Whilst you are taking your snack. Hello. Those control the machine should reduce the noise, the sound reduce the sound small. So take some water, take some snack, and talk to somebody. Make some connection. Yesterday, I promised to tell you a story. Just as probation officers have saying that their allowance is not coming.
It is so disheartening to see children who should be in school engage in hazardous work like galamsey activities. We must prioritize their education and safety. These children deserve a brighter future, not a life of hardship and It is so disheartening. It is so disheartening. We must prioritize their education and safety. These children deserve a brighter future, not a life of hardship and risk at galamsey sites. Let's protect our children's right to education and ensure they are not exposed in harmful environments. Be the voice. A brief history of social workers in Ghana. Social work practice in Ghana started as a welfare practice during the pre-colonial era. The colonial government. It is so disheartening to see children who should be in school engage in hazardous work like galamsey activities. We must prioritize their education and safety. These children deserve a brighter future, not a life of hardship and risk at galamsey sites. Let's protect our children's right to education and ensure they are not exposed in harmful environments. Be the voice. A brief history of social workers in Ghana. Social work practice in Ghana started as a welfare practice during the pre-colonial era. The colonial government, just after the Second World War in 1945, laid down the foundation for social work practice to be officially and administratively introduced in Ghana. However, this system was already infused in our cultural practices long before the colonial government. The family system, typically the extended family, was seen as the epitome of providing welfare services for needy members. After the Second World War, the colonial government established the Department of Housing and Social Welfare in 1946. Now, the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. This was to address care and protection demand needs of individuals and family displaced due to socio-economic problems. In 1950, its mandate changed and was limited to only social welfare. The housing functions were taken out as well. Governing acts and laws. The mandate, role, and functions of the Department of Social Welfare Community, the social workers, are guided by the following framework. Local Ordinance Decree Order Number 66 in 1946. Local Government Act 1993, Act 462. Local Government Service Act 2003, LI 1961. The 1992 Constitution of Ghana, Executive Instrument 2013. Civil Service Act 600, PNDC Law 327. Children's Act in 1998, Act 560. Juvenile Justice Act 2003, Act 653. Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 750. International Protocol and Conventions, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Hague Convention on Intercountry Adoption. Now, the question is, who is a social worker? A social worker is a trained professional in diverse disciplines, employing scientific approaches to address socio-economic, physiological, and health-related needs. The goal is to enhance overall well-being and meet basic complex needs of individuals. Social workers help identify individual, family, community, and organizational needs. They assess those needs, implications, the weaknesses, and strengths. They formulate strategies, implement and evaluate plans, serve as linkages to other institutions. They advocate for policy changes and mobilizes resources. There are challenges in social work practice in Ghana. Poor acknowledgement and attitude towards professionalization. Daily interactions with vulnerable people require patience and strong communication. Inequalities in social amenities, that is, healthcare, shelter facilities, and many others. Inadequate funding. Poor logistics, for example, computers, tables, chairs, and many others. There are unemployment among social workers in Ghana. Remember, you can be the change you want to see in your community, your country, and the world at large. Be the voice.
My question is, what plans do you have for the social protection, social welfare infrastructure in Ghana? Most especially, what are your intentions for our Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? And my question emerged from this concern that we have people who are trained from our various public universities as social workers who are working in various offices across this country as social welfare officers. They have the potential to make an impact in hospitals to help patients and medical officers to promote inclusive and holistic healthcare for patients. They have the potential to assist teachers in schools and parents to ensure the well-being of children within the educational system. They have the potential to assist children who are in contact with the law, as well as vulnerable populations who have to navigate their way through the legal system. Nonetheless, the biggest challenge that these workers face is the lack of resources available to them to do their work. Sometimes they have to go into the community to do education, to do follow-up, to find out the well-being of children, but they lack these resources. So what plans do you have for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? I I'm going to do a series of videos and I'm going to ask a series of questions, and I'll be really interested, and I'm sure other workers across the country are really eager to hear your thoughts about the ministry, because the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, together with the entire social protection infrastructure in this country, is very, very crucial to our overall well-being, our mental health, our emotional health, our social health, and the well-being of our population in general rests on the shoulders of our social protection infrastructure. So we can't make this campaign all about roads and schools, but we also have to talk about social protection. I hope this video will get to you, and I hope you give it the attention that it needs. Thank you.
These are some unsung heroes demonstrating the power of social work. Their selflessness, expertise, and compassion empower and transform lives of individuals, families, and communities. Let's have a view.
Today I want to elaborate a bit more on some of the real challenges faced by the social services workforce of this country. So throughout the country, our community development officers, our social welfare officers work within environments that lack basic resources. Let me use space as an example. The offices that they work in are usually inadequate in terms of space. So in most of these offices, you go and you see that about 5 or 6 officers have to share a single office space, which is inadequate. The problem that creates is that a woman who is suffering from marital rape, who is coming to the social welfare office, needs some form of privacy. In addition to the ability to build trust with the social welfare officer, they need some form of privacy in order to be able to truly express themselves. In the same way, the man who is being abused by his wife, because of all the social stigma around this particular phenomenon, when they come to the social welfare office, they need some form of privacy in order to have heart-to-heart conversation with the social welfare officer. There are so many people going through emotional, psychological challenges who really would want to sit down with social welfare officers. However, when they come to the office, because the officers themselves do not have enough space to enable this privacy, mostly they tend not to engage or they go back. So there are so many people who are unable to take full advantage of our social welfare services because of inadequate space in these offices. For our community development officers, they often have to go into the communities to engage with people, to educate, to create awareness, and to help community members live the best lives for themselves. Nonetheless, as they work under various local government offices, they don't have access to cars that will allow them to go into these communities, and often they have to compete with other departments at the local level in order to get access to transportation. There are some times when their work with the criminal justice system requires that they go and take someone who has been identified in the community as being lost and take them to the hospital. But there are no specific resources for them to do that. So sometimes they have to take their own money out of pocket to do it. These are some of the resource challenges that these officers face. When it comes to office equipment, basic access to computer and technology. You see, the work of the social welfare officers is such that it is important that they keep records of the cases that come to their office. Whenever there is a child welfare case, they have to keep records of this particular case so that they can continue to follow the welfare and development of the children involved until a time when the family is well off and able to take care of their own children, or when the children become adults and independent. However, in most of the offices across the country, access to basic computers and internet are not available. And so they are forced to use manual forms of record keeping. over years it becomes very difficult to track the history of specific cases. So once again, the question I ask, what plans do you have for our social services workforce and for our social protection infrastructure? Do you have any plans to ensure that the space available to social welfare officers to conduct interviews that will help enhance the emotional psychological well-being of people are improved? Do you have any plans of ensuring that the resources available to community development officers are improved so that they can go into the communities, follow up on cases, and ensure that communities are doing well and that families and groups are doing well within these communities? Do you have any plans to ensure that basic equipment that allow the social welfare and community development offices to function to its optimum are provided? We are all interested and we hope that you give us a response. Thank you.
We are coming out whatever random because we are seeing the acts that regulates a function is being put aside. Media knowledge, they are partners in development. Nobody challenge that. But it's a set of training. Why one say they are all come now? I'm actually there. But so when a professional man and also handle issues now, we are not pay as an outcome as a part of back. I then up. In cases as in cases we do have they've been to the review. Or we can substance of one as a social offense. And come out. So we are not condemning them, but somebody professionalism, so their main mandates, they have to look at their main mandates and focus on their main mandates. Over Ghana Act 1, another Ghana Constitution now. To me is handle issues on children, Department of Children, your Department of Social Development, your shrine, who handle other related issues that borders on children. Your DOSU, so their bodies are banning to me, say, or share and some other family. Now, Children's Act 560 of 1998. What's that? A pioneer first of camp of Brazil. The importance of radios, committee, make us say, now, necessary, say, professionalism, and room, not the money. But they are three and one year that said, yet me, I'm protecting of rights. Sometimes the child shouldn't be exposed on the public when it comes to issues that borders on his right the government department. How do you expose that child? You subject that child to what we call discrimination and name calling. You don't expose the child on TV. The act says that child must be protected. His identity should not be disclosed. And that's how we feel. That's how we are there. What kind of so it might borders on mother and father. So now over the child in question are sided along with the father and the mother. What happens? So you bring enmity between either the child and the father or the child and the mother. Those ones are starting with one of the parents, you are creating enmity for one of the parents. Relating and have the police commander with the cancer.
Be the change you want to see in your community, your country, and the world at large. Remember, small action today, a brighter future tomorrow. Social workers, human dignity, and development. It is so disheartening to see children who should be in school engage in hazardous work like galamsey activities. We must prioritize their education and safety. These children deserve a brighter future, not a life of hardship and risk at galamsey sites. Let's protect our children's right to education and ensure they are not exposed in harmful environments. Be the voice. A brief history of social workers in Ghana. Social work practice in Ghana started as a welfare practice during the pre-colonial era. The colonial government, just after the Second World War in 1945, laid down the foundation for social work practice to be officially and administratively introduced in Ghana. However, this system was already infused in our cultural practices long before the colonial government. The family system, typically the extended family, was seen as the epitome of providing welfare services for needy members. After the Second World War, the colonial government established the Department of Housing and Social Welfare in 1946, now the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. This was to address care and protection demand needs of individuals and families displaced due to socio-economic problems. In 1950, its mandate changed and was limited to only social welfare. The housing functions were taken out as well. Governing acts and laws. The mandate, role, and functions of the Department of Social Welfare Community, the social workers, are guided by the following framework. Local Ordinance Decree Order Number 66 in 1946. Local Government Act 1993, Act 462. Local Government Service Act 2003, LI 1961. The 1992 Constitution of Ghana, Executive Instrument 2013. Civil Service Act 600, PNDC Law 327. Children's Act in 1998, Act 560. Juvenile Justice Act 2003, Act 653. Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 750. International Protocol and Conventions, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Hague Convention on Intercountry Adoption. Now, the question is, who is a social worker? A social worker is a trained professional in diverse disciplines, employing scientific approaches to address socio-economic, physiological, and health-related needs. The goal is to enhance overall well-being and meet basic complex needs of individuals. Social workers help identify individual, family, community, and organizational needs. They assess those needs, implications, the weaknesses, and the strengths. They formulate strategies, implement and evaluate plans, serve as linkages to other institutions. They advocate for policy changes and mobilizes resources. There are challenges in social work practice in Ghana. Poor acknowledgement and attitude towards professionalization. Daily interactions with vulnerable people require patience and strong communication. Inequalities in social amenities, that is, healthcare, shelter facilities, and many others. Inadequate funding. Poor logistics, for example, computers.
The program will soon end. Next on our program, we have so you have another talk. Then we take questions and answers, general concerns, issues. Then we have some presentation of citations before we leave here. All right, so let's get seated. We have about 2 items on our program list, and we will soon end. On the next of our program, we have a presentation by Madam Yvonne Norman. With a round of applause, let's invite her onto the stage to take the podium. Let's do it better. She is rich in experience. So long as social work is concerned, she will deliver for us.
Presentation. Okay. Good afternoon, family. Yes. Not ladies and gentlemen, but good afternoon, family. Yes. And thank you for this opportunity. Listening to the recap, I don't think there's anything new I'm coming to say other than to encourage all of us. And the encouragement will go through the topics of indigenization of social work, behavioral change, and practice. And they all go hand in hand. I teach at the School of Social Work, and that is what I always say. We've gotten to a time where there are issues that you and I were not privy to or didn't have a hand in it. But we still have to ask ourselves the question, what am I doing as a social worker? If tomorrow I want to fight for something, what have I done for social work and documented? You see, people will see people like Reverend Dr. Comfort and say, oh, she's where she is because she got this opportunity, she got that opportunity. Madam, mommy, please, did anybody give you anything to? That is it. If you hear of her record of how she started, with so many impediments, but she didn't allow it to be an impediment. She moved. And when the time was right, she was recognized. And that's how we work. Sometimes we want the recognition to come before the work, or we want, after working for 2 months, 1 year, we want the recognition to come. Sometimes it doesn't come like that. So that is what I always say in my small corner. What am I doing when it comes to social work? How to director? I still call her director. I don't know how to call her other than director. See you, the director. Yes. So you see, director said it. There are a lot of the issues raised as structural, socio-economic issues, where if every district is developed, why will not that problems will be there? As long as we're on earth, there will be problems. But it won't be this much. But do we have control over there? If we have the opportunity at whatever table, we speak to it. But for now, what can you and I do? So I always tell my people that our main work is to link people to services. That is what we can, and we do it so well that I am telling you, they are happy. Sally, client service. Are people not happy when you are able to send them to the correct office and come back and they say, oh, I got the information I needed? And sometimes we are called, it's not my area, please, I don't know. Oh, go to the regional office. Where is the regional? The person doesn't know. Can I get the contact? Can you brief me? And this is where the practice comes in. The practice comes in when we know what our work is. Sometimes situation, our backgrounds and all these things doesn't allow us, but where we are now we know we need to arm ourselves with knowledge. Whether that knowledge is provided for by government or not, we don't wait. How many of us were sponsored to do degree? We sponsored ourselves. MPhil, PhD. I remember when director was around, she was always signing off informal, online, sensitization programs. ISPAN, yes, and I got a lot, there's no recognition. But if an issue comes up, I remember something that was said, and then I add it, and it looks like I know something everybody doesn't know. No. These are the issues, these are the ways we arm ourselves. We take the opportunities. We don't say, oh, there's no TNT in it, and family home. Oh, I won't get anything in it. You are getting something. Something, in fact, you can't put a price on. So let us be visible. There are so many things that we can do at the district, even if our district don't appreciate and understand what we do as social workers. I went to a district one time and they were complaining, we are 18, just recently. And that is the problem. I said, why is it a problem? In fact, you are blessed. Yes, because of the merger with community development. I said, there is work to do. Go into the communities. Look at parents with children with disabilities that can't afford care. Support them, help them, and write your report. You don't necessarily even have to come to the office. That is the work you have done for that day. You meet a social services subcommittee. You make your cases. Sometimes they will listen, sometimes they will not listen. You continue. You take it that you have to go to work every day. So if you are going into the community, you are not waiting for money from any donor partner. If the money comes, it's a plus. Practice. Practice. We have to keep these things in mind, not that there isn't issues. And not that even when you give your all, there won't be issues. Please, there still will be. But there's a satisfaction that goes with, I have done my best. There's nobody who doesn't know director when it comes to daycare. When it comes to daycare, the trainings she had, and she has the knowledge. It belongs to her forever and ever. She's not waiting for anybody, and she can help anybody with it at any time. But who gave her that knowledge? There was nothing in social welfare that she read to get that knowledge, to be able to even impact that knowledge onto others. But what? There's a word I'm looking for. She equipped herself. And that was why she was able to do it successfully. So let us always look at our practice. Some of us don't have social work background. Some of us are not opportune to be with the social workforce training at the School of Social Work. Please don't sit there and say, so what do you want me to do? Please, there are other ways you can get the information. There are other ways you can be certified to do the work. And then when you do it, you get it, you do it well. And then you link it to indigenization. We've heard the issues from Colombia, from the US, and we are taking excerpts from it. We don't have race issues in Ghana, but we also have social disparities issues in Ghana as well. So how are they working on their race issues, and what can we pick from it to address our peculiar issues? Social workers, we keep following, this is how social work is done in the West. This is how, some of the practices, they don't even practice it again, and we are still practicing it. And that brings me to behavioral change. Now, we talk to people, we do social education by trying to change the mindset of our participants. But the problem is we ourselves, we haven't changed our own mindset. See, how do we address clients? Just like the words now said, we'll say, oh, this is a brofo kind of thinking. It is not our thinking. Okay, in Ghana context, how do we give value and respect to our clients? If we don't want to use, instead of mental illness, we use, now what? We use what? Exactly. In spirit wound. Okay. As Ghanaians, how do we refer to such people who need support in a respective way? This is where we should be thinking. We are not saying we are taking it dito. But we have to sit there and say, okay, how is it also good for us? How can we also change our language so that some of these groups, the regulatory words are not used? And that's where the thinking starts. Even the way we address issues. We don't necessarily want to address it book by book, like how it's done in the West. But how do we do it effectively in Ghana, whatever the culture is, to ensure that the victim is supported at the end of the day? Somebody will say, I am a survivor, I'm not a victim. You have to respect that. We say, sit down and say, we label you as a victim. The person doesn't feel empowered when you use that word for the person. So behavioral change, we ourselves have to change the way we think. Some of us, we still believe that orphanages are the best place to send children to. Some of us. So we are fighting this institutionalization. Let's find a way to talk to the homes so that we use the homes. And you see, we also have to think outside the box for them. Okay, what is plan B? So that they know that it's not like we don't want them to work. There's so much they can still do for the community if they are not running as orphanages. What is the peculiar problem in that district? Oh, they are in schools. Can we change your structure into a school and then people come in for free so that still your line of getting donation is not cut off? Can we do that? Oh, there are schools, but there are a lot of needs of the children there. They like to go to the sea instead of coming to the classroom. What is the benefit of coming to the classroom? When they come to the classroom, they have to sit alone and do the homework. Can we say, okay, we are employing teachers so that after school, they come and sit down. The after class teachers, we teach them for free, help them with the homework, and then give them dinner, and then they go home. Can we do that? The opportunities are, you just have to be interested in your work, and then the opportunities will come. Not that there won't be issues. We all know sometimes you want to close down an orphanage, somebody will call you from the office of wherever, I don't want to mention. We know those things are there. But does it mean that we fold our hands and we sit down? So there's a lot that is going on. The writer said it. A lot is being done for the vulnerable, but yet there is room to improve. But we are talking about social work. So me, I'm looking at us. What are we doing? What did I do the whole of last year? The whole of last year, what did I do? That even though it was not acknowledged, even though I sent a report for it, but I made sure that somebody was helped. When I got that call, up to now, I get calls. Is this a children's home? I can't bang the phone and say, no, it's not a children's home. Please, this no more. Because I'm not there, but they know my number. So I say, oh, administration has changed. However, let me send you at my own expense. Sometimes in a day, I send 15 SMS. Some of them will tell me they don't have WhatsApp. Some of them will call me back that, madam, how come you, when I call you, you are answering? I've called them, they are not answering. Then I have to call the home. That somebody is calling you, please pick. It's my social responsibility. Do we get fed up? No, we don't get fed up. And I'm telling you, the joy that comes with some of these cases, even though you didn't give physical money to the person, the fulfillment of the fact that you have helped somebody and the person is so grateful, they'll be calling your name somewhere. It's not anything. It's not, this woman, she knows the politicians. Oh, that's why she's where she is. Oh, this man, his in-law is here and here. That's what, no. So, what have you done? When the person, they start reading the person's record, this is what the person did. This is what the person did. What did you do? So I want us to always have this at the back of our mind. When the problem comes, we cry small. Case conferencing. I don't know everything. Something happens. I say, hey, this Auntie Agi's area. Let me call Auntie Agi. Auntie Agi, please advise. This is my case. Oh, okay. You have to do A, B, and C. Will I sit there and say the case came to me? I don't want anybody to know that I don't know anything about this area. So I will use my authority and my head language and how I run my house. So don't we do it? But hey, this thing is about court. Oh, Auntie Vida. Please. and people are always there to support. Hey, this issue has come. It's a national issue. Director, please, when this issue came, how did you resolve it? Because this issue has come to us, and the name of the whole department is at stake. How can we resolve it? We say, director has gone into, she's gone into. We will have to find a way to resolve it and go and put ourselves in trouble. Do we see how we work? I tell people, me, I have friend for everything. If I have a problem with my laptop, I know who to call. If someone comes to me, even with a case, and the case borders around law, I have lawyers to call, 3 of them. If the issue has to even do with my own household, my ECG, that's how I make connections. That's how I network. I need the district social welfare number of so and so district. I don't have it. I know who to call to give it to me. Because now the districts are not under, social welfare and community development officers are not under us. But we still need ourselves. And we still need to know how to network. So please, let's bear these 3 things in mind. Practice, indigenization of the practice. I said 3, but there are 4. Collaboration and behavioral change. And the behavioral change, let it start with us, so that there will be a clear difference of how we were before and how we are moving forward. Thank you very much.
Oh, let's do it better. Let's do it better for them. Very rich experience, seasoned social worker. We have to leverage on available existing resources, collaborate. We should not give up. That is what I picked from her. Thank you so much, madam. We are so grateful. At this juncture, we are closing. But before closing, we shall call upon our president to present some citations. After that, chairperson will give us closing remarks. Then we take concerns, suggestions from our members as to how we go about our next conference and their next expectations from the conference. Thank you so much. So with a round of applause, let's invite our president and his team, Mr. Divine Kojo Ehogbe, and another one is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Let's give it to him as he's coming. A very strong man, so Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me a name which is not recognized. It's only my parents that can give me a name, or I pick a name myself. Yeah, just by the way, our work is so much interesting and frustrating. But the unfortunate thing is the recognition is not there. It's painful, but what can we do? There are a lot we can do. There is a common saying in Ghana that happy yourself, nobody will happy you. If you take it like, oh, this is how we are, and always we are there complaining and talking, you will remain over there forever and ever. So we have taken it upon ourselves to be recognizing some people among us and some institutions among us, to encourage ourselves and others so that we can move from that level of somebody should do it for us to we have done it for somebody also to support us. On that note, I will invite Madam Susan T. Akotia to read a citation and present it to one of us. With a round of applause, let's invite her.
Thank you very much. We are presenting the citation posthumously. I actually wanted the son of Madam Baiche to be present, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it. So I'm inviting Sister Felicia to come and take it on behalf of the son. No, I have it. Sleep on. Take a deep rest from your toils for humanity. Social workers. Social workers. Social workers. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I accept this on behalf of my former director. I don't think the words here, there's any mistake in any of them. They are all in place. She's actually a fighter. She hates injustice. She hates oppression. My first encounter with her, even though I was in a different district then, was when a workshop was organized for social welfare officers. But my head then was a community development officer, so he decided to go. I think the day of the first meeting, Auntie Maggie stood and requested that until I come, the meeting will not hold. She opposed the time she was convinced that I was called to come and the other officer returned before the meeting continued. And she called me personally to confirm if I have been called by the organizers to come. And when I got there, I saw the joy in her seeing me. She's a great mentor, a coach. If you are ready to learn, be ready to be taught by Auntie Maggie. She'll go all out. If she has to come to your office to take you through, she's ready to do that. And we've learned a lot from her. Her selflessness. We are grateful. Thank you. So we thank SWAG executives and the entire membership for recognizing and appreciating all her efforts. Wherever she is, I hope and believe she's happy for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the mic will come around for general questions, suggestions, and answers as yesterday to today before director will give us her closing remarks. Please. Questions, observations, remarks, anything.
Thank you for the opportunity. My questions goes to Madam Na. I wanted to find out if there are schools in US. You know, the location depends on the fees, the amount. Some are higher, some are lower. So I wanted to know if you can recommend schools or states where you are schooling there is a bit low when it comes to the fees and then the cost of living. And then schools that give either a partial scholarship or full scholarship for social work. Because Ghana here, I remember going to scholarship secretariat asking for scholarship that okosua social work and also yeah na no so yeah sponsor that anka ukoye maths and science and then so it's like here getting full scholarship or even partial to do social work and then they will know be your best sponsor. But in the US I am sure they will have partial or so. Kindly tell us if there are chances like that for us to apply.
Okay, so please respond.
You're talking about university level, right?
Taking 5 questions.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends. So there's state schools and there's private schools. State schools are normally cheaper, but not completely free. But yeah, those are easier to get. I think scholarships, I would say, and private universities very expensive and not usually don't cover all of tuition. But it depends. I mean, you can qualify for different criteria. I don't have any school off my head that I can recommend to you. I did my master's at a state school. Well, I first started at Columbia University in New York City, which is very expensive social work program, a 2-year MSW, which is Masters in Social Work, costs like $100,000, 50,000 the first year, 50,000 the second year, and that's not including your accommodation in New York City. In New York City, it's very high cost of living. But I transferred from Columbia because they weren't going to let me do my practice in Mexico. So I moved to a state school, Arizona State University, and I did my MSW fully online. And at that school, it's like, I think 30,000 a year. It was 2 years, 2 years MSW. So that was about $80,000. And I took out loans. So even I couldn't pay for that, you know. Scholarship was not, I mean, I think, I can't remember, but I think I got maybe $8,000 grant from ASU, but I had to take out loans to cover the rest of it. But it's really a question of going through the schools. So you can start with state schools, find state schools with social work programs, look at their tuition fees, and then you can contact their financial aid office and ask if there's scholarship for foreign students. Because yeah, being a foreign student as well, the scholarships are few. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, so I would reach out, look up state schools in state, probably like maybe not so popular states.
where they're probably looking for foreign students and looking to give that scholarship and grant money. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, thank you. For my question, I wish the magistrate were still here. But since director is here, I'm sure she'll be able to help us out. In the year 2022, there was a letter circulating from the Chief Justice Office, which granted the Department of Social Welfare fee waivers. I mean, the filing fee waiver when we refer cases to the magistrate court. But we realized that some of the registrars, you refer a case and you draw their attention to the waiver and they tell you that they are not aware. Sometimes you even produce the letter and they know that it's authentic, but they tell you maybe their regional whatever authorities haven't brought it to their notice. And so we've been having that challenge since 2022. I don't know if director will be able to help us out with that. So, director, can you please, or you didn't get the question?
And so the practice in Accra is that the department does not pay. The department does not pay. So when you inform the registrar will allow you to do the applications or whatsoever. And so if it is a challenge in the regions, then your regional director will have to write to the necessary authorities so that you be allowed a fee waiver.
One thing too that I know, which is one of my achievements, was that we wrote to presidency. We wrote to the presidency to make sure social welfare officers do not pay for care orders. And they waived it. So you go for care order, you don't pay. Because they wrote back. And it's working in Accra. So please, in the regions, but this is one of the challenges of the decentralization. As if you are disconnected from the things we are doing, but it covers all of us. So please, let your regional directors follow up with the relevant institutions and agencies to clear you. You are not to pay for filing fees, nor are you to pay for care orders. Once it's coming from social welfare office, you are not.
Thank you, madam. Filing fees, my place, it didn't waive. And I'm just hearing that there's a care order, we have to come and pay for it. I told them, no, we don't pay for care orders. So we are still talking to the registrar on that. Good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello? Okay, thank you very much. So please, I want to add to director, what director said. Please, as she said, care orders, we are not supposed to pay. We are not supposed to pay care orders for care orders. Just walk to the registrar. They are aware, they know. The registrars know. The magistrates know. The court officials know.
And safety. These children deserve a brighter future, not a life of hardship and risk at Galamsey sites. Let's protect our children's right to education and ensure they are not exposed in harmful environments. Be the voice. A brief history of social workers in Ghana. Social work practice in Ghana started as a welfare practice during the pre-colonial era. The colonial government, just after the Second World War in 1945, laid down the foundation for social work practice to be officially and administratively introduced in Ghana. However, this system was already infused in our cultural practices long before the colonial government. The family system, typically the extended family, was seen as the epitome of providing welfare services for needy members. After the Second World War, the colonial government established the Department of Housing and Social Welfare in 1946, now the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. This was to address care and protection demand needs of individuals and families displaced due to socio-economic problems. In 1950, its mandate changed and was limited to only social welfare. The housing functions were taken out as well. Governing acts and laws. The mandate, role, and functions of the Department of Social Welfare Community, the social workers, are guided by the following framework. Local Ordinance Decree Order Number 66 in 1946. Local Government Act 1993. Act 462, Local Government Service Act 2003, LI 1961, the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, Executive Instrument 2013, Civil Service Act 600, PNDC Law 327, Children's Act in 1998, Act 560, Juvenile Justice Act 2003, Act 653, Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 750, International Protocol and Conventions, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Hague Convention on Intercountry Adoption. Now, the question is, who is a social worker? A social worker is a trained professional in diverse disciplines, employing scientific approaches to address socio-economic, physiological, and health-related needs. The goal is to enhance overall well-being and meet basic complex needs of individuals. Social workers help identify individual, family, community, and organizational needs. They assess those needs, implications, the weaknesses, and the strengths. They formulate strategies, implement and evaluate plans, serve as linkages to other institutions. They advocate for policy changes and mobilizes resources. There are challenges in social work practice in Ghana. Poor acknowledgement and attitude towards professionalization. Daily interactions with vulnerable people require patience and strong communication. Inequalities in social amenities, that is, healthcare, shelter facilities, and many others. Inadequate funding. Poor logistics, for example, computers, tables, chairs, and many others. There are unemployment among social workers in Ghana. Remember, you can be the change you want to see in your community, your country, and the world at large. Be the voice.
My question is, what plans do you have for the social protection, social welfare infrastructure in Ghana? Most especially, what are your intentions for our Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? And my question emerged from this concern that we have people who are trained from our various public universities as social workers who are working in various offices across this country as social welfare officers. They have the potential to make an impact in hospitals to help patients and medical officers to promote inclusive and holistic healthcare for patients. They have the potential to assist teachers in schools and parents to ensure the well-being of children within the educational system. They have the potential to assist children who are in contact with the law, as well as vulnerable populations who have to navigate their way through the legal system. Nonetheless, the biggest challenge that these workers face is the lack of resources available to them to do their work. Sometimes they have to go into the community to do education, to do follow-up, to find out the well-being of children, but they lack these resources. So what plans do you have for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? I'm going to do a series of videos and I'm going to ask a series of questions, and I'll be really interested, and I'm sure other workers across the country are really eager to hear your thoughts about the ministry, because the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, together with the entire social protection infrastructure in this country, is very, very crucial to our overall well-being, our mental health, our emotional health, our social health, and the well-being of our population in general rests on the shoulders of our social protection infrastructure. So we can't make this campaign all about roads and schools, but we also have to talk about social protection. I hope this video will get to you, and I hope you give it the attention that it needs. Thank you.
These are some unsung heroes demonstrating the power of social work. Their selflessness, expertise, and compassion empower and transform lives of individuals, families, and communities. Let's have a view.
Today I want to elaborate a bit more on some of the real challenges faced by the social services workforce of this country. So throughout the country, our community development officers, our social welfare officers work within environments that lack basic resources. Let me use space as an example. The offices that they work in are usually inadequate in terms of space. So in most of these offices, you go and you see that about 5 or 6 officers have to share a single office space, which is inadequate. The problem that creates is that a woman who is suffering from marital rape, who is coming to the social welfare office, needs some form of privacy. In addition to the ability to build trust with the social welfare officer, they need some form of privacy in order to be able to truly express themselves. In the same way, the man who is being abused by his wife, because of all the social stigma around this particular phenomenon, when they come to the social welfare office, they need some form of privacy in order to have heart-to-heart conversation with the social welfare officer. There are so many people going through emotional, psychological challenges who really would want to sit down with social welfare officers. However, when they come to the office, because the officers themselves do not have enough space to enable this privacy, mostly they tend not to engage or they go back. So there are so many people who are unable to take full advantage of our social welfare services because of inadequate space in these offices. For our community development officers, they often have to go into the communities to engage with people, to educate, to create awareness, and to help community members live the best lives for themselves. Nonetheless, as they work under various local government offices, they don't have access to cars that will allow them to go into these communities, and often they have to compete with other departments at the local level in order to get access to transportation. There are some times when their work with the criminal justice system requires that they go and take someone who has been identified in the community as being lost and take them to the hospital. But there are no specific resources for them to do that. So sometimes they have to take their own money out of pocket to do it. These are some of the resource challenges that these officers face. When it comes to office equipment, basic access to computer and technology. You see, the work of the social welfare officers is such that it is important that they keep records of the cases that come to their office. Whenever there is a child welfare case, they have to keep records of this particular case so that they can continue to follow the welfare and development of the children involved until a time when the family is well off and able to take care of their own children, or when the children become adults and independent. However, in most of the offices across the country, access to basic computers and internet are not available. And so they are forced to use manual forms of record keeping. Over years, it becomes very difficult to track the history of specific cases. So once again, the question I ask, what plans do you have for our social services workforce and for our social protection infrastructure? Do you have any plans to ensure that the space available to social welfare officers to conduct interviews that will help enhance the emotional, psychological well-being of people are improved? Do you have any plans of ensuring that the resources available to community development officers are improved so that they can go into the communities, follow up on cases, and ensure that communities are doing well and that families and groups are doing well within these communities? Do you have any plans to ensure that basic equipment that allow the social welfare and community development offices to function to its optimum are provided? We are all interested and we hope that you give us a response. Thank you.
We are coming out with a memorandum because we are seeing the acts that regulates the financial cap is being put aside. Media they are partners in development. Nobody challenge that. But number one is why it's a set of shady. Why one can say they are all come how much the other day. But so when a professional man and also handle issues now, when we know nothing as about time as a part of fact, I never. In cases as in cases we do they've been to the review or what can suspense or one as a dear social offense. Yeah, so what's and come out. So we are not condemning them, but some of the professionalism so their main mandates, they have to look at their main mandates and focus on their main mandates. Over Ghana Act 1, another Ghana Constitution now. One and home to me is handle issues on children, Department of Children, your Department of Social Development, your who handle other related issues that borders on children. Your DOSU, so their bodies are banning account to me, say, or share and and some of the family around. Now, Children's Act 560 of 1998 was like a pioneer for camp of person. The importance of radio, so I committee, make us say, not necessarily say, professionalism and room, not the money. But they are three and that say, yet to me, I'm protecting or rights. Sometimes the child shouldn't be exposed on the public when it comes to issues that borders on his right hand or right department. Have you exposed that child? You subject that child to what we call discrimination and name calling. You don't expose the child on TV. The act says that child must be protected. His identity should not be disclosed. And that's how we feel. That's how we are there. What kind of so if my borders on mother, and father. So now over the child in question must side it along with the father and the mother. What the mother means. So you bring enmity between either the child and the father or the child and the mother. Those ones are sadly with one of the parents, you are creating enmity for one of the parents. And have a one. Police commander the car, would the cancel.
Be the change you want to see in your community, your country, and the world at large. Remember, small action today, a brighter future tomorrow. Social workers, human dignity, and development. It is so disheartening to see children who should be in school engage in hazardous work like galamsey activities. We must prioritize their education and safety. These children deserve a brighter future, not a life of hardship and risk at galamsey sites. Let's protect our children's right to education and ensure they are not exposed in harmful environments. Be the voice. A brief history of social workers in Ghana. Social work practice in Ghana started as a welfare practice during the pre-colonial era. The colonial government, just after the Second World War in 1945, laid down the foundation for social work practice to be officially and administratively introduced in Ghana. However, this system was already infused in our cultural practices long before the colonial government. The family system, typically the extended family, was seen as the epitome of providing welfare services for needy members. After the Second World War, the colonial government established the Department of Housing and Social Welfare in 1946. Now, the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. This was to address care and protection demand needs of individuals and families displaced due to socio-economic problems. In 1950, its mandate changed and was limited to only social welfare. The housing functions were taken out as well. Governing acts and laws. The mandate, role, and functions of the Department of Social Welfare Community, the social workers, are guided by the following framework. Local Ordinance Decree Order Number 66 in 1946. Local Government Act 1993, Act 462. Local Government Service Act 2003, LI 1961. The 1992 Constitution of Ghana, Executive Instrument 2013. Civil Service Act 600, PNDC Law 327. Children's Act in 1998, Act 560. Juvenile Justice Act 2003, Act 653. Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 750. International Protocol and Conventions, UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, Hague Convention on Intercountry Adoption. Now, the question is, who is a social worker? A social worker is a trained professional in diverse disciplines, employing scientific approaches to address socio-economic, physiological, and health-related needs. The goal is to enhance overall well-being and meet basic complex needs of individuals. Social workers help identify individual, family, community, and organizational needs. They assess those needs, implications, the weaknesses, and strengths. They formulate strategies implement and evaluate plans, serve as linkages to other institutions. They advocate for policy changes and mobilizes resources. There are challenges in social work practice in Ghana. Poor acknowledgement and attitude towards professionalization. Daily interactions with vulnerable people require patience and strong communication. Inequalities in social amenities, that is, healthcare, shelter facilities, and many others. Inadequate funding. Poor logistics. For example, computers, tables, chairs, and many others. There are unemployment among social workers in Ghana. Remember, you can be the change you want to see in your community, your country, and the world at large. Be the voice.
My question is, what plans do you have for the social protection, social welfare infrastructure in Ghana? Most especially, what are your intentions for our Ministry for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? And my question emerged from this concern that we have people who are trained from our various public universities as social workers who are working in various offices across this country as social welfare officers. They have the potential to make an impact in hospitals to help patients and medical officers to promote inclusive and holistic healthcare for patients. They have the potential to assist teachers in schools and parents to ensure the well-being of children within the educational system. They have the potential to assist children who are in contact with the law, as well as vulnerable populations who have to navigate their way through the legal system. Nonetheless, the biggest challenge that these workers face is the lack of resources available to them to do their work. Sometimes they have to go into the community to do education, to do follow-up, to find out the well-being of children, but they lack these resources. So what plans do you have for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the numerous workers who work in this ministry? I'm going to do a series of videos and I'm going to ask a series of questions, and I'll be really interested, and I'm sure other workers across the country are really eager to hear your thoughts about the ministry, because the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, together with the entire social protection infrastructure in this country, is very, very crucial to our overall well-being, our mental health, our emotional health, our social health, and the well-being of our population in general rests on the shoulders of our social protection infrastructure. So we can't make this campaign all about roads and schools, but we also have to talk about social protection. I hope this video will get to you, and I hope you give it the attention that it needs. Thank you.
These are some unsung heroes demonstrating the power of social work. Their selflessness, expertise, and compassion empower and transform lives of individuals, families, and communities. Let's have a view.
Today I want to elaborate a bit more on some of the real challenges.
Relate to your work. So all the social workers, either you do law, you do sociology, psychology, or social work itself. All the other courses, when they come, we advise them. If somebody does social work and you do maybe economics, when there is opportunity, they will consider the person who did social work. So if you know this is your dream, this is the profession you are pursuing, then pursue. I have certificate, diploma, degree, MPhil. Let me do my closing ceremony so that they can go. No, that one is a problem that we need to sit down and then find a way out to help her. If somebody else has that challenge, when we close, you can come. We shall talk about it, okay? We've been talking about it, talking about the measure. I have fought and fought and fought that they should bring you people back, but it didn't work. He knows. When we had a social work,
You marry, you divorce.
I said I want a divorce, and then Nana, engineer said no, he hates divorce, so we shouldn't divorce. So that is it. It's your district because a lot of people don't have that problem. It used to, but now I know most of the districts they've solved the problems. Or you still have them. Pardon? You adjust to it because if not, you get pressure. You have a lot of health problems. Well, but yesterday too, I don't know if you were here. We try to help staff that when you are doing something, inform your boss. At least let your boss be aware that this is what I'm doing. And it's something that I've always made sure that my staff did. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, and they are here. When they go to the field, they will send me messages, reports. Madam, so we are here. We want to move the patient to this place. And I said, okay. Madam, we want to go to the police station too. I said, go. So they don't do all before they inform me. And that is how we've worked. Aggie has been doing a lot of rescue. And she will give me an account of all the stages. Everything they are doing, she will account. She will send information. She will send pictures. So we came, this is what we came to meet. And it's good. You see, when you do that, your head is involved in the matter. So if there is a problem, your head takes over. Then you are safe. But if you continue working without connecting to your head, it's also wrong. So that is it. Because if you are head and somebody does that to you, you will not like it. No, please, let me finish my. Let me finish my work. Please, when I say please, you will even stop. If you put up this attitude in the office, they won't like you. So if I say please, just listen and we will talk about your matter when we are done. So I don't want, in fact, I don't like what the head said about social welfare officers. And I gave you an example where somebody's district coordinating director wrote to us for help. Sometimes they call us. So why is the social welfare officer there? If you are working, why would they write to Minister of Gender Social Welfare Office to come and handle a case? I want to find out. If the social welfare officers there are working, why would the minister for the sector come and seek assistance from us at head office? So please, you've been decentralized. And some of you even have director grade, but you are at the district. You are a chief social development officer. You are a director grade, even in the civil service. But the director of social, of course, is a higher grade because the level is higher than that one. But please, the bad or negative information being spread about us is harming our work. So when you go somewhere, people don't even want to believe you or accept you. Let's put that one behind us. It is your hard work that will speak for you. It's your hard work that will speak for you. Instead of going to work and doing nothing, I've told you, you can go to the schools. Look for associations, church group meetings. Go and talk with them. Go to the chief. Go to the queen mother. What can we do? What are some of the problems here? What can we do? So the ones you can handle. And don't go and promise them that you can put up a community center. Oh. That is not what we are talking about. But the things that are within your capabilities. Counseling, talking, strengthening families, encouraging children, mentoring them. These things you can do. So many things are happening. I took some students from Michigan State University to a school for field work for 2 weeks. When we went, that very day, a boy was being sacked from the school. A JHS 3 student was being sacked. Then I asked, what has he done? The head teacher, he's a notorious, He's notorious. He's a bad boy. His parents never attend PTA meetings. He never dresses well. He doesn't have books. He's this as a headmistress. You take your time. So I interviewed the boy. And one student from outside and one student from University of Ghana, they agreed to follow the boy to the house. Do you know what they discovered? This boy has been in this school for how many years? All they knew was insulting him. The boy was suffering. The boy started caring for himself at the age of 7 years. He lives with a father who is so irresponsible and a drunkard. But the mother, he doesn't know her whereabouts. So to me, this boy is a very good boy. With tattered clothes, he comes to school. In Chalawote, he comes to school. But the teachers will be beating him, disgracing him. I've never seen such a thing before. Nobody decided to call him to ask, why? Why do you come to school with dirty clothes? Why are you coming to school with torn clothes? Why? The boy doesn't even eat. And he has suffered that to JHS 3. You are sacking him. Do you know why? They gave him a nickname. So that day they were calling him and he told the class, anybody who calls me by this nickname again, I will beat the person. And the girl said, I'll call you. What can you do? So she called him by the name. And his fingers were printed on the girl's face. And this eye was red. And because of that, they were sacking him. I said, no way. So this is what the students went home to discover. He goes